M. Smallman. Leftovers that are better than the first time around. Please tweet them at us. That's English.
Michelle Smallman here. Do you want to be at the draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin? Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft. Experience the thrill of the draft firsthand and make memories that will last a lifetime. Don't wait. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes. Visit travelwisconsin.com/draft to learn how you can win a trip to experience the biggest moment of the offseason. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Good morning, St. Louis. A little high pitch there.
Hello, that didn't sound like Tim's voice.
Where is Tim?
Oh, no. Tim! I don't think he's here.
I got to fix the YouTube stream. So hot start,
Okay.
I'd say.
All right.
But you're listening to The Morning After. This is 101 ESPN. This show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And like I said, I got to fix the YouTube chat. So, Doug, why don't you say something?
All right, if you're Tim, after suffering through that loss last night in Wichita, do you turn rear and come right home? Or do you spend the night, do you party like a maniac in Wichita with the family, the 7-year-old, and drive back today?
You mean like drive back last night or drive back today? Drive back today.
Today.
Yeah, you're not going to leave at like 9:30 and drive through the night.
Spending, what, $100 on a hotel?
Yeah,
you might as well just get some pizza, chill out, regroup, and then go back in the morning.
It's hard to recover from a game like that, though, especially if you traveled a long way to get there.
Yeah, boy, howdy.
Spend a bunch of money to watch the game.
That's a long trip. All right, I'm back.
Are you good?
YouTube stream is fixed, baby. That's what we do. And here we are. A lot happened last night.
Mm-hmm. You don't say.
I think there was a basketball game on. I wouldn't know.
I watched you.
Yeah, I wouldn't know much about that. But there was also a Blues hockey game. This is the radio home of the Blues. And what a W that was on top of Missouri's disappointing conclusion to the 2024-2025 season. Another day of March Madness ahead of us, but the Missouri Tigers will no longer be in the dance. But the Blues in the NHL playoff dance, well, they just got themselves a dance partner for now.
And wonderful to have Cam Jansen in here to talk about it.
What's up?
And Cam Jansen
I watched you last night, though, Jackson.
is filling in for Martin and Tim. Thank you for being here, Cam.
No problem. No problem.
Yeah.
So I was watching. I was going back and forth with the Blues and Mizzou and you, and I just, man, like that's a long night for you.
It was.
That's a long night.
Started the live stream on YouTube at about 6:30. Tip-off was closer to like 6:50, and then stuck around for like 10, 15 minutes after the game. It was all of like a 3-hour stream. A lot of people in there.
A lot of people.
A lot of people are enjoying the game. Enjoying is a strong word. Watching with me.
Right.
But ultimately a very disappointing ending to the Missouri season. And I just had to be there. And
Right from the beginning, though.
Yeah.
Like, I saw you downtrodden, basically, right from the beginning. They couldn't catch up.
Yeah. They let Drake dictate the pace, and that was the key. Missouri's not going to win a lot of games where they're playing really slow, grinded-out basketball.
I thought they were going to win when they came back there late second half. They got it down to a point with about 10 or 11 minutes to go. They really kind of hit their stride and go, okay, this is going to work. This is going to happen. Got it to within a point and then just stopped.
Yeah.
And Drake flipped the switch again, and they were back to what they were doing.
Yeah, they kind of got questionable with the shot selection when they were down one.
Yeah.
A couple of bad shots, and then Drake went on a little run, and sometimes you just can't come back from it. There's not enough time. And Drake, was credit to him, extremely disciplined team, very well coached, very structured team, and they hit shots. And ultimately, Missouri didn't. They shot like 33 or 36% from the field. Not going to win a lot of basketball
Who's
games.
that number 14 on Drake?
Bennett Sturritz. He's a ball player, man.
Yeah, he is.
Really, really good.
0 Division I offers coming out of high school.
Yeah,
0.
Yep.
He's got something to prove, and you can tell it. He's an outstanding ball player. Ben McCollum is a
NBA
great
player?
coach. Probably not. Probably a little undersized, but
6'4".
Dominated.
shot maker, no doubt about it.
Don't say shot maker.
Oh, yeah.
He's a shot maker.
Was he the one that
made
took the
some
little 1 foot,
geez, like
three-point runner?
James Harden in 2017. Text in your thoughts on Missouri and the Blues and anything else you want to talk about, because Cam Jansen is in the building. You can do that on the Air Comfort Service text line. That's 314-399-9646. You can call in on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. On those Callier and Thompson phone lines today, we're going to have Joey Vitale at 8:45 talking Blue Note. We're going to have Robert Thomas at 9 o'clock on the heels of that big victory for the Blues over Vancouver last night. And then Gabe DeArmond of PowerMizzou.com at 9:30 talking about Missouri's loss. That's your Stiefel dossier for today. Also have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at the end of the program. Cam, what did you think about that Blues game last night?
That was a playoff game, just like Monty said. And they just find ways to win. And it wasn't like a sexy game by any means, you know. Like at the first period, I thought the Blues were really good. The second period, they weren't. And, you know, you find ways to score with Tyler Tucker, who I love, by the way. And you look at a guy like Tyler Tucker, who is he probably wouldn't even be in the lineup right now if Colton Parayko didn't get hurt. And you just see what this kid, how he's improved over last year. I mean, I remember watching him last year, and he didn't look as mobile. You know, like he'd get caught a couple times. Now he's making plays. He's got a pretty dang good shot. He makes good outlet passes. He'll hit you. He's big. Looks like a big farm boy. But, man, oh, man, that crowd was going crazy at the end of that game when Broberg finally scored. And we were talking before the show started. I'm like, Broberg might be my favorite player on the team.
Really?
Like, he is so smooth. The way he skates, like the way he pinches, and he'll 10 and 2 you. He'll spin off of you. And the reason why
what's a 10 and 2?
10 and 2 is when you open your hips up like blop, blop, blop. If you watch Sidney Crosby.
What is it now?
When you
open your hips.
I can't. This chair is kind of goofy, just so you guys know. I'm like, I don't know what's going on with Tim in this chair.
That's not
but it's
built
not
for Cam.
holding me. So I might be falling back. But 10 and 2 is like, these are my legs. I'm like, blop. And you open up so you could see the ice, like Sidney Crosby does when he comes out in the offensive zone. He opens up like, what's up, what's up? Broberg's really good at that. He's really mobile. He spins off of you. He's smart. He is going to be so damn good in a couple years, man. Now, he's going to be expensive, but cap's going up and whatnot. Broberg, I'm telling you, he is so fun to watch. Really, really like isolate him when you're watching Blues games. You're like, yeah, he's good.
And only 23.
Only 23 years old.
Yeah.
Just kind of getting into his groove a little bit. Got hurt earlier against Toronto. The 2-week break really, really helped him. But the Blues are making noise right now. And it's not fluky wins. They're not fluky wins. Was Benner great last night? I don't know. He had, some of those shots from the half wall there from Besser. You're like, okay, maybe he got screened, da-da-da-da. But you find a way to come through in the overtime where Ellis Pettersson just gives a puck away. And they get a stupid change. What a dumb change that was in overtime. And they make a pass out to Braden Shin and create a 2-on-1. That's all you want to do in overtime is create 2-on-1s. And the Blues found a way, and they won that game. The crowd went crazy.
I just love 3-on-3 hockey.
It's awesome.
How long could the players keep that pace up if they played that way the whole game? Would it work?
You're not skating that hard in 3-on-3. Like, you're not really stopping and starting.
Yeah, it wouldn't bother me if the score was 8-7 over the 3 period. That wouldn't bother me
No,
at
there's
all.
no hitting then. But do they want to expand it from 5 minutes to 10 minutes? Because you're probably guaranteed a goal eventually, unless you're really stingy with the puck. So I guess that's what the GMs are talking about down in Florida right now. But stuff like that.
So there'd be no shootout, likely. That'd be rare anyway. A shootout would be rare.
I just think 3-on-3 is more entertaining than a shootout. Sometimes shootouts are fun. Sometimes they're boring as hell. Mm-hmm. The goalie just robs you every time. Listen, when you make a save in a shootout, it's not fun. It's not like, oh, cool. Most of the saves are kind of because a guy messed up and the goalie's just right there. So, but the Blues, man, getting excited in St. Louis because they look like a playoff team. They really do.
There for a couple minutes, it looked like it was going to be a glorious night. Calgary was down 3-1 in the third.
Yeah.
The Blues were winning. Mizzou was to within a couple points. I thought this is all going to work out.
Jackson had a half smile on his face, like the trifecta was going, and then. And then Calgary started losing, and then the Blues started losing, and then, of course, Mizzou started losing. Like, oh boy, here we go. But they figured it out at the end.
I missed your live stream at the end. How did you handle that, Jackson?
Poorly, but okay, but it's tough. This is what you do, and safe to say that the text line, the Air Comfort Service text line, is on me right now, and I expected that. All right, Jackson, you said if the Tigers lose, you do the show the next day with your shirt off. Pop it off, sweetie. That's from the 314. Jackson, you should give up now, buddy, until Gates actually implements an offense and defense. He will just lose to lower seeds who are disciplined in the tournament. No hope. I'm going to lop off my testicles now. That's from the Shrewsbury seat sniffer.
I wouldn't do that.
For Cam, at this pace, do you think the Blues bring in Jimmy after Frozen 4, or would that disrupt the chemistry? Also, does Dalibor come up on the stretch run or stay in the AHL? It's from a 3-4. Real question.
Dang good questions. Yeah. I mean, Dvorsky's got, 20 now? Snuggerud is doing his thing. Hobie Baker, he's in the mix with the Hobie Baker finalists. I don't know. Where are you going to put him? You're not going to destroy.
You don't mess with anything right now.
They haven't changed the lineup in 4 weeks.
No.
And when was the last time that's happened? Where you have the same forward lineup? Well, the injuries. I mean, guys are staying healthy up front, which is great. But you're not even thinking about changing the lineup. Everybody's doing their parts. So I don't know what that would do. I'd keep them down there to soak if things.
To soak.
Yeah.
Work on their 10-2
in
games.
Utah.
Yeah.
Your shirt off. No, but I know you don't need them right now. You know what I mean? Are they going to come up here and sit when they can play games down there? I don't know. Now, I guess Snuggerud's season's going to be over, so might as well bring him up.
Sure. Let
him have a little sniff of the NHL. I know he wanted to stay up in Minnesota to do his thing. We'll see what happens with that. But yeah, I mean, if they can come up and watch games and be around the team while they're in the mix, I think that's healthy for some of these young guys for sure. Are they going to play? I don't know. If somebody gets hurt, I'll throw Dvorsky in there, see what he can do.
How important is it right now to be a team like the Blues that are fighting for their life every night out on the ice compared to a team that's kind of comfortably already in? You want to be playing and peaking at the right time, obviously.
Yeah, baby. I've seen some really good teams over the years that are just kind of they're just kind of cruising along. They're on cruise control because they know they're loaded, and all of a sudden they get to that first round where they're playing a team that just squeaked in and they're blocking shots with their face. Listen, man, when you know you're in, you're like, I don't want to take that shot. I'm not gonna eat that one. I'm not gonna maybe do this because I don't want to get injured because I know I'm already in. So the mindset changes, man.
Yeah, when you're playing do or die every night for weeks leading up.
Do or die.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're like, let's go. I'm ready for battle. Let's go. And the other team's like, well, I've been tiptoeing around. So it's hard to get into that psycho playoff mode again. And man, I'll tell you this: any team could beat any team. If you're rocking and rolling, and all of a sudden you play against a really skilled team that's more skilled than you, that's kind of been like tiptoeing around a little bit. They got to find their groove. Or man, oh man, some of that ace seed's going to come out and stomp them.
Did you ever block a shot with your face?
Yeah. Keith Kachuk, you see this scar right there?
Walter?
Man, Andy Murray had a stupid drill in practice. I love you, Andy, and it's all good. But two guys are on the side of the net, and one guy would come out and take a pass and rip it, and we're standing right there, and Walt took a shot, hits the crossbar, and hits me right in my mouth. I didn't have a mouth guard in because it was practice. Almost knocked my teeth out. I mean, that's one of them. I got hit in a couple places that put me downtown Chinatown.
Where'd you get hit?
What do you think?
Oh,
is the most
twigs and berries
horrific
in your hot zone?
The most horrific feeling in the world.
I think what people really miss out on if they're not watching on YouTube, and we appreciate you guys, and the YouTube chat's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, is Cam's right hand when talking is really magical. There's just a lot of work getting done with that right hand.
I use my hands a lot.
And I love every second of it. That right hand is doing a lot.
I'm just telling you, though.
Yeah.
Like the puck is the scariest thing on the ice.
When a guy takes a slap shot like to the shins and he's got the shin guards, does that still hurt?
You see these holes in my leg right there?
Yeah,
Doug, look at the holes.
You see those holes?
It goes right
that got
to
infected, by the way. MRSA.
Yeah.
They tied it up terrible. And
tied it up.
They tied it up. They zipped it up after a game where I took 2 block shots. They exploded. No idea. This is in the minors in Springfield, Massachusetts. Their young 22-year-old trainer comes like, and he goes, and he zipped it up. All that nasty bacteria was in there.
Oh, God.
I'm laying in bed in Albany with my wife. MS-70 plane disappeared that night. And I remember David Backus gets knocked out by the Chicago player. Who was it?
Duncan
Keith.
Backus?
Yes.
Yeah, Duncan Keith. Yeah.
And all of a sudden,
What a time capsule.
I know. This all hit me at once. This plane, which I'm obsessed with, MS-70, whatever it was, from Malaysia. And then Backus gets knocked out, and my leg is just kind of feeling like really warm. I'm like, interesting. I fall asleep. I wake up in the middle of the night. My leg is the size of you, Doug. And it's pulsating like, wah, it's like a radiator heater. And Kate rushes me to the hospital, and I have to have emergency surgery. They have to dig all this bacteria out.
Oh,
they're like, man, you are so lucky, because that MRSA was getting into your bone. And if once that happens, they're cutting your leg off. I'm like, interesting. So anyway, yeah, you could take a shot with shin pads on
right to the pads
and get injured.
and still be in the hospital.
These hockey players are soft, Jackson.
I'm telling you, the term "zip it up" is all. That's a little jarring to me.
How about you clean it out first and then zip it up?
Let's get the order of operations right.
If you get cut to where you need stitches and you don't get stitches right away, they won't then give you stitches again. Because they got to, if you don't close it right away, bacteria does get in there.
Big time.
So they got to clean it out before you can get stitches, if you even can.
And you should have seen what my wife had to, this was an open wound about an inch thick. My wife every morning had to come out and take all the bandages out of there, clean it, and then put more in. And I got a picture of it. It goes all the way down to my bone. It's horrific. So that's the kind of stuff
do you wish
you
you hadn't blocked it and the guy had just scored on you?
Yeah, we were down by 7. That's why I was playing the last 11 minutes of the game.
Part of this show is kind of wearing it when you have just the slightest of little missteps. Jackson did it yesterday when he said that Purdue was the first game.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
A lot of people texting in camp saying it was Brent Seabrook, not Duncan Keith.
You're right. My bad.
That text came in about 12, 13 times.
My bad, home. You're absolutely right. Duncan Keith is the one that said wakey, wakey.
But didn't you say Duncan Keith?
I just said wakey, wakey.
I did.
That's who I thought
Duncan
it was,
Keith said
too.
wakey, wakey.
Got
Brent
it.
Seabrook rocked him right behind the net. My bad. Good job on that. It's all good.
Yeah. Here's Jim Montgomery talking about players playing in these meaningful games and what that can mean.
Well, it's a lot of guys, right? Jake Neighbors hasn't been in this kind of stretch run. Bull Duke. And then you have Tucker, right? And we're starting to see these guys. The experience they're getting down this stretch run is only going to help us next year and for years to come. And that's why we're very thankful that our team has been able to play so well to get into types of games like this. It's going to help us not only this year, but for years.
Undeniably, since the Four Nations break, it's looked like a different hockey team.
God, my lip's bleeding. I cut my lip open.
I thought that was.
What was that all
I thought that
about?
was.
Zip it up and get back in here.
Wow.
I thought that was chew. I thought that was.
I don't know. There was something on my lip and it popped right open. My bad on that. But Monty's right, though. He's watching a good team right now. They're playing damn good hockey, and they're playing playoff-type hockey. So the Blues fans are pretty crazy right now, as they should be, because this is a fun team to watch.
For the first couple months of the season, we would watch it. When the takes are so hot you start bleeding, you know you're in the right business.
Does EDF make anything besides oven mitts? Or
Need to make bandages to cause.
It's god awful.
Well, I started to say, the first 2 or 3 months we watched the Blues team, we thought, well, they're just not very good. That's all. They're just an average or below average team. That's who they are. That's what we're going to get. And yet, with almost the same roster, they did add Fowler, almost the same guys. Now they're playing better than any team in the league.
Well, Fowler was a big pickup. You know what I mean? That was a huge pickup for Doug Armstrong. That's a trade that he made 2 months beforehand. People were complaining about not making a trade, and then all of a sudden he does that 2 weeks, 2 months before that, and you know what I mean? He's a huge asset. And if he was going to be traded at the deadline, that would have been a big ask for the other team to get rid of. They would get rid of maybe a first-round pick.
Doug, you wanted them to kind of stand pat and not sell because they were right there and held on to Shin, and I think you were right.
Well, I thought they had a shot. At the trade deadline, there were still like darn near 20 games left to play, right? Mm-hmm. And they were only a few points out. Yeah, you don't give up until you have no chance.
Well, what happens if we can just get hot?
If we can just get hot, we can win this baby.
So the Blues have now moved into a playoff spot, Doug. What is that due to the Vaughn index? I hate to put you on the spot like this.
I would have to do some math on that. Give me just a second.
Oh, take your time.
Vaughn index would be, let's see, regulation wins are at 25, 77.
77. That's also, wow, it's also their point total.
Okay, so the math worked out that time.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
How do you like that?
That's nice.
But the Canucks pick up a point last night with the overtime.
Yeah, and that hurt.
Yeah, so
and
not
Calgary
perfect.
picked up 2 when it looked like they were going to lose. That also hurt.
But you take what you can get in a game like that, right?
Well, you take what you can get. What we need right now is Ray Barilli, the Blues trainer, to come down and get Cam stitched
Get me
up.
stitched up.
I
That
really,
is so weird. I'm going to get chirped so bad for it. Like, I don't know what that is. I had like a little cut on my lip. Mm-hmm. My lips have been chapped since the first time I went to Canada 4 months ago when we were there for 10 days. My lips got so chapped because we're just walking around.
Yeah.
They never healed for 4 months.
Yeah, you got to get that humidifier in your home.
I know.
That's the big key.
It's been cold and hot and cold and
I know,
hot.
so
Like
it
this
can't-
morning, I'm like,
freezing.
It's freezing.
Yeah, can't get a consistent
Now my lips
humidity.
bleeding. Oh my God, I'm going to get chirped so bad.
I really thought it was. I thought it was. A little
It's
steam
better than
coming
my
out.
lips and my nose. I think that would more people would be like, what did you do last night?
You start fainting.
Yes, no doubt,
The
man.
Jerkwood from Kirkwood says Cam trying to draw a 4-minute penalty by biting his
There
lip.
it is, baby.
Did you ever do that? Try to make yourself bleed?
No,
so you
don't
get
do any of that crap.
4 minutes?
Hell no.
You think anyone's ever done like the blood capsule and done something like that, or is that some?
No, that's way too extreme, Jackson. I like where you're going. I would say, guys, though, if you are 2 minutes ago, somebody lifts their stick up and it hit you in the lip, I would bite
down on it.
If it's a playoff game, to like just to get an extra 5 minutes. Like, are you kidding? A 5-minute major 2 minutes ago. It's a playoff game. I'll bite that lip, baby.
Were you into the smelling salts?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Dang right.
I figured
You were
I
into
figured
it?
so.
Of course. Get you going a little
Oh,
bit,
yeah,
man.
that'll wake you right
There's
up.
so many, man. That's the hardest thing about any sport is. I'm sorry, it's just to be consistent. Like, how do you keep that energy level up every other night?
Yeah, 82 games a year.
Basketball and baseball
Yeah,
and
especially.
hockey. Like every other night, you have to be like, oh God, I feel like crap. My leg hurts. My leg is pulsating. My lips are bleeding. I'm like, I got a headache. My equilibrium's messed up. How do I get energy? And like, what do you do?
Right.
Like, you just gotta just suck it up
And especially like-
smack yourself.
And especially in a game like hockey, if you're not out there full energy, that's how you get hurt, right?
That's how you have your head down.
Yeah,
and
that's how
somebody
you get,
catches
that's how
you,
get,
like Kyrou did the other night with Trouba or whatever.
right.
Like, those guys are still trying to kill you.
That's how you end up having to get zipped up. Here's Jim Montgomery talking about the atmosphere last night at the Enterprise Center.
That was a playoff game. And boy, what momentum swings in it, you know. I really liked our resilience.
There it is.
Okay.
Playoff game.
Doug, you like
Shorter than I thought it was.
you like fun with percentages? We go to Money Puck from time to time.
Sure we do, yeah.
I know you had them at 98% the other
the Blues
day.
making the playoffs at 98%.
What do you think Money Puck has the Blues at right now as a percentage to make the playoffs?
Oh, they're a little more conservative. I'd say 50.
Yeah. Cam?
54.
Jackson?
52.
43.1%.
Okay, and them.
Calgary 24, Vancouver 30. Utah all the way down to 10.
If they would have won in regulation, which they almost did,
Yeah.
that was that shot. Like a couple of those last night with Benner, they just went right over his shoulder. I know, again, one was maybe a little bit screened, but you see that and you're like, oh, you're deflated. The whole blue, like when that happens with 5 seconds left or whatever it is, like you are deflated, and they still found a way to be like, okay, let's figure this out in overtime. The place went crazy last night.
I have nothing to back this up, but I feel like the Blues have to be up there in terms of giving up goals super late.
Yes. No, you were 100% right on that. Happened in L.A. With the Benner, I believe, where just at the very end, it was like a half a second. And they all went off the ice, and L.A. staying on the ice, like, what's going on here? And so, and then before that's happened before. So, and another thing with Holford, too, who's been playing great, like, he lets in maybe the first shot of the game, you know, where the Blues do a really good job defensively. He doesn't see a shot in maybe 10 minutes, and all of a sudden they rip one from the point. It gets tipped, and you're like, oh, boy. But then he settles down and gives you a chance to win.
They had a couple of good chances to close it out last night. They had an empty net shot or two that they couldn't convert. And then Falk flipped the puck into the Vancouver bench that stopped play and caused a face-off down in the Blues zone, too. That hurt.
Yeah, it did. You got to watch what you do with sometimes, and actually that happened a couple games ago, too, where the Blues took two, they actually, in one period, they flipped the puck over the glass twice and got 2 penalties in one period for that. I'm like, okay. Yeah. But that happens, man. Like, Falk's been playing great. Him and Broberg, they've been so consistent. So if Falk had a little bit of an off night, like, you give him a pass on that.
They were both on the ice for like 25 minutes last night.
Yeah.
Both those two.
Oh, yeah. And they got scored on, too. But again, those goals were kind of, was it a breakdown or was it just really good shots? I think it was just a snipe.
What's the most ice time you ever got in a game?
In the NHL?
Yeah.
Probably 12 minutes.
That's pretty good.
Listen, I went 100 miles an hour. And you know, I just had to do what I could. I would sit for a whole period and have to go out there and just find a way to do something to stay in the lineup. You know what I mean? But I was good at hitting, so I was just able to just find a way to get a big hit.
Tone setter,
baby, without taking a penalty.
A lot of sandpaper in your game.
Yeah.
7:23 in St. Louis, 7:24 now. That time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. We'll get into the Missouri loss last night coming up here in the next segment. But before that, Doug, could you tell us about the sponsor of our email today? That's Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Well, they're the ones that are going to keep you warm in the winter and cool in the summer. That's Design Air. They can handle any kind of issue you might have with your furnace or your air conditioner. They are a fourth-generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over 10,000 customers since 1904, and they are proudly the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They're best known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call of duty. They will never upsell you, never, always give you exactly what you need and nothing more. That's how they train their employees. They take that reputation very, very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. I've had them out to my house on a couple of occasions. Just great guys, the technicians, all very experienced, know exactly what they're doing, and they will take great care of you. Their website is designairservice.com.
All right, coming up on our Stiefel dossier on this Friday edition, we have Cam Jansen filling in for Tim and Martin, already giving a take so hot, blood started to come from his mouth hole. I mean, that might be a first in TMA history. That's a long history.
It's a nightmare.
I mean, that's, but we appreciate you being in here and sticking around, and even if you have to get zipped
through
up.
the cut?
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully no infections go on. We wish you the best there. We'll have Joey Vitale coming up, talking about the Blues game last night at 8:45. Robert Thomas, who's on the ice last night, he'll talk it over with us Thomas at 9 o'clock. And then Gabe DeArmond of PowerMizzou.com recapping and giving us the big picture of Mizzou's 24-25 season. That's all coming your way. This is the Morning After, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen here on 101
might be up all night. Let's go, Blues, go for the gold. For that cup, I'd sell my soul. Nothing better than playoff time. In the NHL, you got to be primed. Come on, boys, keep your head on a swivel. Heading for the top, not the middle. People might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this, baby.
Gosh, I love this song.
Wow. Shinedown. Sounds like Shinedown.
I thought this would be right up your alley, Kim.
Yeah, it sounds like Shinedown.
That's AI.
Really?
And
That's the lead singer of Shinedown, dude.
A listener of our show makes some wonderful AI songs, and this is one
That's
of them.
fantastic.
Yeah, he does a really, really, really good job.
They could almost play that at the Enterprise Center. That's so
100%.
good.
Yeah, that's an Enterprise Center kind of song right there.
Yeah. This is the Morning After. Presented to you by Brian Crouppen. Great night for the Blues last night. Not a great night for your Missouri Tigers last night. Lose to Drake. And honestly, this is people's opportunity. Come get me, baby. I talk a lot of smack. I probably underestimated what Drake could do. I probably overestimated Missouri's ability to control the tempo, to set the pace, and blew up in my face. Live streamed the entire time, so you can literally watch my demise in slow motion as it happened. They brought it down to 1. Had a couple of opportunities to really stamp that run with a lead. Couldn't convert. Drake did a really good job. Credit to them of being resilient and getting the W. But Missouri's season cut short. That's just one tournament win in just 15 years.
Oh, gosh.
And that came. Dennis Gates is the owner of that win, but not this year. And it sucks because this team was at times really special. I mean, wins against Florida and Bama, and Kansas is what Kansas is now. But Kansas at the time was #1 team in the country. Some great road wins. But
Maybe Florida. Barkley was saying Florida's going to win the whole thing last night, too.
Yeah, I think that they will. Certainly Florida's gotten better since Mizzou played them in early January. But, yeah, Missouri went to Gainesville and won that game. I think that's why a lot of people bought all the way in. I mean, the Kansas game obviously gets people all fired up, but the Florida win really was like, okay, maybe this team is the next level kind of good. And then you beat Alabama, who's a 2 seed. Again, you're like, okay, maybe this is really something. But in college basketball, teams are remembered for what they do from the middle of March to the end or the beginning of April.
Do you think if they would have played a 7-game series, Mizzou would have won?
Probably, yeah, but that's just not how it's determined, and it's unfortunate, but that's how it goes. And there's a lot of text. I'll just start reading them kind of in our the Loomster. It was always a first-round exit, laughing emoji. Never believe in Mizzou athletics winning a championship. 8 happened since 1954. It's from Kevin at the Lake. You seem to be in decent spirits, Jackson. That's from Grandma Johan. Thanks, Libby Jack. Tigers are in an utter tailspin since your scholarship. Good call on Clemson, too. That's right. I had Clemson in the Final Four. They lost to McNeese State. They scored 13 points in the first half. Jackson, this is why nobody cares about Mizzou hoops. When will you learn? That's from Harrison's brother, Master. Oh. I can tell people don't care. It's why we have 200 texts about it.
You had 300 people watching last night.
Yeah, 470 was the peak last night. I'm embarrassed to be a Mizzou fan today. Gates is great with the Jimmies and the Joes, but not with the X's and the O's. That's from the 573. And I think that's what the conversation is amongst Mizzou fans today is, how are you feeling about Dennis Gates? I think it's easy after a first-round exit to fire the coach, do this, do that. But I'm wondering where people are where their heads are at with Dennis Gates. I'll start with you, Doug.
It just kind of feels like they play street ball, like there's not a lot of offensive organization. It's just kind of dribble around, accidental basketball, and maybe we can find a shot.
A lot of ISO?
Maybe we can't, When you watch Drake, there's pinpoint passing. Everyone's set up where they should be. They kind of work to get a good shot. And with Missouri, I just feel like they're ad-libbing everything, on offense anyway. You look at they wound up losing 5 of their last 6, and a lot of those games weren't even particularly close. Oklahoma got them by 12, Kentucky by 8, Mississippi State by 12, Florida by 14.
They beat Mississippi State, in fairness.
They did win that one Mississippi State game. Florida beat them by 14, and Drake beats them by 10. They weren't really even terribly close to several of those games.
A lot of late game free throws in most of those games. Just it's semantics, but like the Florida game was close until Josh Gray went out. The Oklahoma game was close. That was a lot of late game free throws. I'm picking hairs here, but yeah, I think what you just said about especially the half-court offense, is a main theme of what people have, is that in the 3 years of Dennis Gates, the half-court offense, they're great in transition when they force steals. And they were forcing turnovers last night. I mean, a lot of them. But they weren't really capitalizing on them. And, in the half-court, they struggle to get consistent offense. And there's no denying that.
And Drake was 50% from the free throw line?
Really bad from the free throw line.
Drake shoots normally like they do. Mizzou loses by 16 to 18 points.
Yeah, I would say so. Missouri also, and people mad at Dennis Gates totally understand it. Missouri also shot 33% from the floor last night. You're not going to win a lot of basketball games shooting sub 35% from the field.
But sometimes that happens when you're just kind of unorganized, throw anything up there.
Yeah, no doubt. Really bad inside the paint. Anthony Robinson was 0 for 5, I think, from about 5 to 6 feet. He's a X-factor kind of player, but I'm just curious where people are at with Dennis Gates. Obviously, I mean...
Did he mess up last night? Was there any plays that you're like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I think a lot of people would say they looked unprepared for a game that a lot of fans kind of knew what the script was going to be. It was going to be Drake is going to take the ball to the end of the shot clock and, get up a shot, and then they're going to slow it down on you. They play really strong defensively, and they rebound, and kind of exactly what happened,
I forget exactly where it was in the game, but I think you said it on your stream. There was a point where it seemed like they were stuck on 28 points for about 12 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There was a big lull, which actually hasn't been like a Missouri staple this year, is big scoring lulls. But they actually absolutely had one last night. And when you play a team like Drake and you go on a scoring lull, that's not like a 2-minute scoring lull. That's like a 4 or 5 minute scoring lull.
At what point in the game did you start to legit worry that it was going to be a rough one?
Probably right at the beginning of the second half when there was just...
They hit 50?
Yeah, it was just kind of trading twos left and right, being down 11 or 9 points, which, I mean, against the team I always reference Alabama because they just play so fast, but when Missouri played Alabama, they could get 9 points in the matter of a minute and a half. Against Drake, they could barely get 2 points in 2 minutes, so
23 points in the first half. It's the season low.
That just doesn't happen for Missouri. That just doesn't happen. And a lot of that is, game plan, but also a good portion of that is just not making shots. Caleb Grill was cold from deep.
1 for 7 for 3.
Cold from deep. Missing a lot of short shots. Mark Mitchell started off the first half, I think 1 for 4. That's not going to do you too good. They shot great from the free throw line, and for a while, the plan was kind of hack Drake and make him shoot because it stopped the clock, and they were missing free throws. But that's not sustainable. That's not a way to win the game, It's a way to stay in the game but not win. Gates wasn't good. Hopefully he grows from this. Most coaches go through March failures before they win, but cannot do that again next year. That's from Lord of my parents' basement. I was never a fan of the Gates hire. Why does an SEC school have to get their head coach from Cleveland State? The most impressive thing I've seen him do is telling fans not to storm the court in the Alabama game this year. That's from Marcel Ozuna's alarm clock. They didn't score for the first 8 minutes of the second half. How is that possible? That's from the 314. I don't know if that is accurate. Almost seems like they don't do specific prep for specific opponents. Baffling. It's from Manute Bowl eligible. Only positive is basketball players can make all their classes like the rest of the semester and focus on getting slam dunks in the classrooms. # student athletes. It's from the 636.
I wonder if any of them will go to class again the rest of the year.
Do they go to class anyway?
I don't know.
A lot of these guys they're not even on campus. They just aren't they in their own little area?
When was the last time you heard someone is now academically ineligible?
It's unbelievable.
Doesn't happen.
They're all doing pretty good academically. Yep, no doubt.
Stagnant offense. No one moves without the ball. Slew struggled with the same thing. One guy gets it, and everyone stands around. Once Grill got hot mid-season, he became the only option in the half court. Then we lived/died by his shooting. That's from the horny Baker. Yeah, I think a big problem is just the half-court sets. They were getting turnovers, just not capitalizing on it, struggling to get long rebounds. And credit to Drake, they were hitting shots late into the shot clock, getting boards, getting some 50-50 balls, stuff. Here is, though, Dennis Gates talking about the loss to Drake. Give me one moment. It's tough,
Okay, you take your time. Yeah, we got lots of time.
Yeah. Well, it's a memorable season for our guys. A great accomplishment, to say the least, but it was cut short. There's no doubt about it. This game does not speak for our success. It's winner go, loser go home, right? Losers always go home in these situations, and we didn't do enough to come away with the win. The enough part, I would speak of is the 50-50 loose balls. We forced them to turnovers. We just couldn't corral the basketball, and sometimes it's the bounce. I credit our opponent. They did a great job, made some tough shots, and best of luck to them moving forward.
Now, it's no coincidence that Mizzou's season collapsed after Dennis Gates offered Libby Jack a scholarship. That's from Eric in the Central West End. There is no denying.
Something to do with it.
There was a real turn after our interview with Dennis Gates. Season kind of went.
I think some of the players probably just
they felt the
your
heat.
presence.
Felt the heat on their heels.
And they're playing tight.
6-foot guard, slower than he looks, like way slower than he looks, but pretty lethal from 15 feet, which is obviously such a popular shot right now.
Glue guy.
Basketball. Glue guy, vibes guy.
Yeah.
The kind of guy you want.
Locker room guy.
Absolutely. The kind of guy you want in the foxhole, who will not identify when a teammate is bleeding from the mouth.
There's not a lot of foxholes in basketball.
It could be worse.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a really, and it's not a very fun game to watch, to be honest with you, last night. Like, Drake, and listen, I'm crediting them. I was wrong. I probably underestimated them. Those who were throwing in my face saying, Drake's this, that, the other. Have your fun today. I am a open canvas for you to throw your paint all over me. Kurt, throw your paint on me. But
that may have been a problem for the whole team. Just overconfidence. Thinking that, we can do whatever we want. We're Missouri. We'll run them to death.
Yeah.
We're more athletic. We're bigger. We're taller, stronger, faster. We'll just overpower them.
Yeah.
That may have been what they thought, that they could just kind of step on the floor and start running up and down the court and control it that way.
And I think the last month, and this is kind of getting into the weeds of it all, but that's kind of what I do, is the last month, they kind of were going up inside the paint, around the basket, looking to get fouled as opposed to trying to score, and then if they got fouled, let's go to the line. The beginning part of the season, I thought they were doing such a good job of taking it to the rack strong, and oftentimes they would get fouled, a lot more and ones in the beginning of the year. Especially last night, there was a couple times where guys were just totally going up, Anthony Robinson, Tamar Bates mainly, just going up, looking to get the call instead of trying to make the shot. And that's, I think, is sometimes a crutch as opposed to something that can really help you.
But that number 14 was the best.
Bennett Sturritz is an outstanding basketball player.
He was the best player.
He's a shot maker, Doug.
You don't say shot maker.
He stood out.
And he's what I think was the biggest credit to him is his ability to stay calm. When you're a team like Drake and you basically only get shots up within the last 5 seconds of the shot clock, it's really easy to get crazy or chaotic and cough the ball up or throw up a bad shot. Not him, man. He was super calm under pressure, willing to make the extra pass, kick it out. And that 1 3 was just like, I think, a testament to how calm he stays, even late into the shot clock.
What's he making? Is he making any NIL money?
I assume some.
Like, $100,000 maybe or something?
That's the problem with NIL is we kind of have no idea. Yeah. You get like a valuation, but we really have no idea what you make.
Is it unacceptable for a school like that to beat Mizzou?
Unacceptable?
If you look at just like, how many people are in Mizzou? 25,000 to
sure.
6,500?
I think anything can happen in 40 minutes of basketball.
I get that.
Anything can happen. It's not a perfect way to decide a champion, but it's the most exciting thing in college sports. So to change it, I think, would be ludicrous. But anything can really happen. I mean, that's why we've seen 16 seeds beat 1 seeds. That's why we see 15 seeds beat 2 seeds. Missouri's been on the receiving end of that. Missouri was on the receiving end of Princeton 2 years ago, who was a 15 seed. Anything can happen, and it's about your resiliency. It's about how you overcome adversity. And Missouri made the comeback. They had the run in them, just couldn't finish it.
Well, the difference, I think, is not necessarily the three-point shooting, because Drake only got 3 more points than Mizzou did shooting the three-pointer. It's just the other shots. It's the close-in shots. Drake shot 54% field goal. Mizzou shot 33%. Yeah. So they outscored us by 20 just in the shots inside of the three-point land.
Yep. If
you can't shoot better than 33% in Division I basketball and in the tournament, you're not going to beat anybody.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm with you. I mean, that's kind of what I was saying. It's like Missouri was going up hoping to get fouled, not hoping to make the shot. Mm-hmm. I felt like I thought Tamar Bates had a couple of those. I thought Anthony Robinson early had a couple of those. And, that's what it is. In all fairness, they didn't win a single conference game last year and went to the tournament this year. Good turnarounds from the American Dream, also a possible burner. Here's my take on that. And we'll take a break after this. But
because his take is going to be so hot. I'm putting on the oven mitts.
Watch your lip, Cam.
One of us is going to start bleeding again.
Oh, my God.
Here's my take on that. It's absolutely a credit to Dennis Gates to turn around from going winless in the conference last year to being in the tournament this year and being a real threat. I also think a healthy portion of that is just the nature of college athletics right now. With how robust the transfer portal is, with NIL, I think teams are going to be so year by year. Like, to be consistently great or consistently bad, I think is going to become more rare because you might get lucky in the portal and grab somebody you didn't think you were, or the opposite, and you didn't get a couple of guys in the portal and you're way worse than people thought you were going to be. Like, it's just going to be so much more volatile because of the current landscape, the wild, wild west nature of, college athletics. That's what I think. But still, it's a huge credit to Dennis Gates to, stay the course, and a credit to the athletic department for not just canning him after that year. I think a lot of ADs would have. We've seen guys get fired for less than that after 2 years.
Yeah. It was a nice turnaround. It's not much of a credit for what you did last year, though. I don't think, that was his fault.
Yeah, you can't ignore it.
But it was a very nice turnaround. Got in the tournament anyway. If you had said at the beginning of the season, before they played any games, they're going to the NCAA tournament this year, you would have taken that and said, yes, really? Great. But it still hurts to get knocked out so early by a team that you figured you'd beat.
You pull for a team now that you're...
Absolutely not.
No.
No live streams anymore?
Will you even watch?
Today, I'm probably going to take a decent little break. I mean, it's sad. It's sad, but I have serious heartache watching college basketball now for the next 24 hours. Can you pull for Illinois
at least?
I will absolutely pull for Illinois.
Okay.
How much I will watch today is significantly less than if Missouri would have won.
Yeah.
You know who I'm pulling for now, Doug?
No, who?
McNeese State and Amir Khan. The word has been kind of overused, but I think it fits here with the kid. The aura on that Amir Khan is just something else. I don't know if it was a joke, but I heard yesterday that he's the only manager with an NIL deal.
Really? They got a guy handing out towels, gets money?
The cheerleaders were wearing socks with his picture on it. That dude's the big man on campus.
That's when you know you're doing something right.
And what's his story? Why is he so popular?
Jackson, what did he just catch a couple viral moments carrying out the boombox like Debo Samuel? And
I'll be honest, he's kind of a nerdy-looking guy, and he's surrounded by world-class athletes walking out of the tunnel, and he's got a big boombox around him, and they're playing pretty heavy rap music, and he's got every lyric, he knows every word, and the guys are hyping him up around him, and people love that. And it's tough to not to say, but I picked Clemson to go to the Final Four, and McNeese blew them out. They didn't. At the end of the game, it was really close, but Clemson scored 13 points in the first half.
People getting fired at Clemson after that?
No, they just actually extended their coach, Brunell, for like 6 years right before the tournament started.
How much is he making?
A lot. And that's the thing, like with Gates, like people would be like, fire Gates, no shot. His buyout is huge.
And McNeese has got the coaches going to NC State.
Will Wade is reported to be heading to NC State after this season. He was formerly at LSU and left in controversy. But, they think that he's going to be going to NC State.
Yeah, I heard Charles Barkley before the game saying, why would they announce it now? Why can't you wait 48 hours? And he says, they ain't going to beat Clemson. They have no chance to beat Clemson. He should have just waited 24 hours. And then, of course, they go out and beat Clemson.
Yeah.
Let's see how many excuses Jackson can make for Dennis Gates. I counted 4 in the last comment. That's from the 314.
Well, you got to hang on to your scholarship.
That's right. Jackson, do you think Dennis Gates is Missouri's guy? Take the buyout out of it. Yes. That's from the life coach. Yes.
No.
I think it's like, obviously, I mean, sports fans and with social media take it crazy. After the Alabama game, Dennis Gates could do no wrong. People were loving him. It was great. Yeah. You have a first-round exit out of a tournament, obviously disappointing, and you immediately switch. I mean, you can't be that. You can't be that volatile about it. Like, if you really think he's the guy, like if you thought he was the guy after they beat Alabama, you kind of got to keep thinking that. If they were able to game plan and beat what was the number 2 team in the country, or a team like Florida down in Gainesville. I think you take that stuff and, you kind of weigh it out. I don't blame fans for being upset today and being upset with him, but I don't think you waver that hard on it and fire a guy after what was a good season. To deny that would be ludicrous, but a
Cam,
disappointing exit.
In case you didn't hear, we interviewed Dennis Gates, and at the end of the interview,
I know.
he offered Jackson a scholarship.
I saw it.
We think it might have been payola, which could be an issue. But, so now he's carrying the mail.
The University of Missouri is the furthest thing from payola. I've paid them plenty. They've gotten plenty of my hard-earned
Do they
cash.
ask you for more money to donate?
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Of course they ask
Are you
for
like,
more money.
get out of here?
It's like, let me finish up, paying off
still
my
gotta
balance,
pay.
and then we'll talk about anything extra.
Did you learn a lot going down there? Like what you're doing right now, did you take away a lot of things that you spent hard-earned money for that you're still paying away?
I think a lot of what you learn in college, and maybe this is me like rationalizing it, but this is what I truly think, is so much more like life skills, being accountable for yourself, learning how to work with not only like your peers, but professors aren't like teachers in high school where it's like they're like caring for you. It's more like
you're doing good.
Yeah, you got to be like accountable for yourself, time management, critical thinking, questioning some of your beliefs beforehand, and how do you, strengthening other beliefs afterwards. So I think the intangible value of college is through the roof, but in terms of like actual what I do right now, probably not.
No.
But
I would do this with a fifth-grade education.
100%. But what you learn as like a human, I think, is very valuable.
Yeah.
Now, one could say you can learn that in a bunch of different ways. It doesn't have to be a 4-year university, but that was the way I went. And I loved it. And I loved every second of being at the University of Missouri. Oh, yeah. Connections for life, and, get to go to Columbia on football games and basketball games. That will never change. But, like the actual, like, what you learn in the classroom, that's not necessarily all.
I got my first 2 jobs because I went to Mizzou Journalism School.
Really?
It had such a reputation that the first 2 stations that hired me said, yeah, we've always had good success with the Mizzou people.
Is it the same
really
now?
did. I don't know that it's the same now. They have such
Everything's different now when it comes to.
They have such a hard time hiring people now because the jobs just don't pay enough to attract a lot of people. That I don't think there's that same sense of where'd you go to school now. It's can you do this job?
Yeah. Can you edit?
Yeah. Will you come?
Will you come at 4:00 in the morning downtown and be right there and do a live shot?
It pays $27.50.
Yeah.
Colleges for Suckers. It's from the Crystal State Clamhammer. So there's that too.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, well, plenty more to get to here on The Morning After. That's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. If you're looking to watch more of the tournament, all the madness of March is beginning this week, and you can come watch the games today with 101 ESPN and Bud Light. Join BK and Ferrario and the Fast Lane from 11 to 5:30 at Cyberg's on Dorset. Come enjoy some food, cold Bud Light, 101 giveaways, and plenty of screens to watch the games. You can get more details at 101ESPN.com. The tournament tip-off watch parties are refreshed by Bud Light. Easy to drink and easy to enjoy. We're going to be coming back with more talk about the Blues, more talk about Missouri. Illinois taking on Xavier today. That's going to be our last chance. Local hoops flew out of the NIT. SIUE beat by Houston yesterday. Missouri loses to Drake. Illinois is our one final hope, and we're praying that the Fighting Illini can take down the Musketeers of Xavier. We'll talk about all of that coming up next. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen here on 101 ESPN. This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues win a huge game last night in overtime over Vancouver. They're off today, but back in action tomorrow as they take on the Blackhawks. Pregame at 1 p.m., puck drop at 2 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me? Real Sounds of Silence day for me today.
Damn good song, baby.
Really great song.
Disturbed did it better, though.
Is that the consensus take, or do you think people are more in the Simon and Garfunkel?
It's really good.
All right, I'll play that one.
Check that out
as the show continues.
Is Disturbed the band that just recently burned up some of the banners at the United Center? Did you see that story with some of their pyro?
Yeah.
It could be, yeah. Could be. They're awesome. They were just in St. Louis, too, with 3 Days Grace, who's a huge hockey fans from Toronto. But, yeah, Disturbed, they're unbelievable. I was at I was at the rink the other day, and 3 Days Grace came down, and they're hanging out pregame skate, and everybody that worked at the Blues, Caruso and all them, had no idea about 3 Days Grace. And I see them, I go, I know those guys. I went down there, talked to them. They played at Enterprise that Sunday, and with Disturbed, they're touring around with Disturbed. See, like if you grew up listening to 105.7 The Point, you love all those bands, man. That's what you listened to growing up in St. Louis.
I looked it up. Yeah, Disturbed at a concert at the United Center, and the arena had to remove the 6 NBA championship banners.
Oh, no. Jordan's legacy.
Oh, boy.
Up in flames.
Because they got burned or were about to be burned?
I think they got some minor damage, so I think they did take on a little fire, Doug.
You know what the most entertaining band to watch, though? That does the best pyro, puts on the best show.
Mills Brothers?
One Direction?
No. Rammstein.
Ooh, Du Hast.
If you ever look them up on YouTube, all you guys out there know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, baby. Rammstein. If they ever come into St. Louis, I would get tickets. Even if you don't like that kind of music, you will watch this show and be like, this is unbelievable.
And what kind of music is it? Just head banging?
Industrial rock, baby. Hardcore, German, hardcore, badass.
I'll pull up a YouTube clip and show you during the break.
Rammstein.
So so like when you're listening, what's your setting if you are listening? Is it only in your car?
I'm hardcore.
Yeah, but like when are you listening to music? In your car?
When I feel good.
Okay, all right.
Because most of the time I'm listening to you guys or something else or another I want to learn.
Yeah.
But if I'm jamming, your mind's right, sitting on the deck, the puppy's by you, having a cocktail, I'm jamming out. I'll listen to all kinds of stuff. I'll listen to Simon & Garfunkel, Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
I'll listen to stuff to chill you out. But when I need to get in the mood, like if I'm playing in this Chaser event coming up, Puck Cancer, and I know I'm going to probably fight Matthew Barnaby. No, seriously. Oh yeah, we have to put a show on.
You want a piece of him?
That's April 4th.
April 4th. We have to put a show on.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm dead serious on that. And Barney, I'll talk to Barney beforehand, and we'll be like, well, we have to go, and we'll have to actually hit each other a little bit because the fans want to see that, man. So I'll listen to Rammstein leading up to that.
Is that your expectation in every alumni game that you play in now? Is that you have to fight somebody?
It's
because you did it with Biz.
About entertainment. How can I entertain the crowd? They're spending money, and I know it goes to a great cause. We need to entertain.
Right.
We're okay. We'll be fine. Keep your helmet on. Don't fall and hit your head. But if we catch each other a little bit to entertain the folks.
Really? You're really going to land a punch to his face?
Damn right.
Right to his yap?
I'll catch him a little bit. Yeah. For sure. I know how to fake fight, man. Like, it's not even a fake fight, but it's more like that's what we did. I did that all the time in practice and in the summertime to learn how to switch. And like, sometimes you catch each other. I'm not throwing full throttle and punching through you, but I'll catch you just to feel where you're at. And so we kind of already know how to do that. Yeah. But if you're watching from the stands, you're like, these guys are really going.
Yeah. And if you have to eat one, that's just kind of the cost of doing business.
Goes to a good cause.
Who'd you land with your best punch against?
I knocked a guy out so bad in Nottingham, England.
Yeah.
And it was horrific. And he hit a guy 2 weeks beforehand on my team, and he elbowed him and knocked him out. One of our veterans actually played in the NHL. And 2 weeks later, they come to Nottingham, and everybody's waiting for it. It's all pumped up, waiting for it. And I go out there. It's on YouTube. And we fight, and I catch him so hard in his jaw. He lands flat on his face, like, bam! And I just skate to the box like this. I don't do any wave to the crowd. I just skate like the Hawk or something. And they pick him up and put him on a little stretcher, and he falls off of it. Bam!
Fell off the stretcher.
Hits his head again, and then he retires. And wait. After that, though, I was so nervous because I know karma. And I was waiting for karma to get me back because I've been through so many different fights where I never got knocked out, and I'm like, this is it. I'm going to get knocked out in England. And I was so worried about getting caught again that it aged me after doing that because I just felt like hockey karma was going to get me back, and it never did.
This is great radio, but Doug, take a look at this.
Yeah, that's a nasty knockout.
Oh, here's the video. Yeah.
Just absolutely just hammering the guy.
Yeah.
There it is. Bam.
Yeah. And he's just completely out.
I know.
Cam, they're holding you accountable
What
on
up?
the Air Comfort
Let's go.
Service text inbox. The Disturbed cover of Sound of Silence is not even close to the original. Awful take, Cam.
Oh!
I'm not willing. But he said he wanted to make it clear I am not willing to fight over this.
No, I know Simon and Gar, they're awesome, man.
Yeah.
Like you're probably right.
Like an all-time band like that's going to be tough to, or duo at least.
They did it. Just the lyrics in itself, like those guys deserve all the credit. I just think Disturbed did for a metal band, they did a really good job of what's the word called when you take over a song? Cover. They did a damn good job.
What's the guilty pleasure music that Cam Jansen
I'll
will
listen to
throw
Lady
on?
Gaga, baby.
Hell yeah, shout out to
because
Iggy. Shout out to Iggy.
Iggy, what's up? 2008, I was playing for the Blues. I just got traded here. Lady Gaga was on the scene. We're all going out to all these different clubs. She's playing Alejandro and this and that. And you're just like, yeah, it just reminds me of really, really good times, man. Reminds me of probably the best times in my life. We're playing for the Blues and partying with my buddies from Eureka, and they're going to the games, and we're going to the Rippers afterwards, and they're playing Lady Gaga. Like,
The Rippers, what's that?
it's Western Illinois.
It's a karaoke bar.
I want no part of your pursuit of Gaga.
You know what I mean? The only reason why you go to the Rippers is because you can stay out there all night if you want to party all night.
I would think it's really difficult for a professional athlete in St. Louis to have any success with the ladies at nightclubs here.
We're bringing our own girls there.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, and you sneak around back and you have that little area and you just hang out because you're going there at 3 o'clock in the morning because all the other bars shut down. So that's where you go. You're not there for the girls. You're there because it's open and you bring your own girls there.
Gotcha.
You know?
Okay.
Are you a karaoke
I brought my
guy?
wife there. What?
Are you a karaoke guy?
Not going up. I mean, if it's for a charity, like I'll go up there and do what I got to do.
Rich Gould called in yesterday and told us that just on like a Tuesday afternoon, he was bored and went by himself and sang karaoke to no one.
It was some sort of Korean
What's he
karaoke
talking
massage
about?
parlor situation.
What's that mean?
There's private rooms involved.
Was it in an alleyway? Was it in an alleyway somewhere? So he just did that by himself?
Yeah.
Interesting.
He went and slid the barkeep a 20, and he got about 5 songs, and then just headed on home.
Is there a video of this?
No, but when we play the Drops of the Week, which is, of course, it's Friday, so we will play the Drops of the Week coming up on the program, you'll hear Rich Gould talk about his experience just
Is
singing
that
karaoke.
boredom? What is that?
Yeah, I would say.
It's cold. He's not golfing
I
yet.
think his exact quote was, I was bored and my neck hurt, so I decided I wanted to
felt
sing.
like singing.
I wanted to sing.
I'll sing in the shower.
Yeah?
Every time I get in the shower, I'm always listening to something. I have my phone like...
You play music? Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I
You a
like doing
loofah
that.
guy?
Yes.
Be honest with us now.
Yes.
You're not like a Viking going in with just a loose bar of soap.
I need to scrub things. My feet sweat so bad. I ruin shoes. Sometimes when I'm on the plane with the boys, like I can smell my feet, and I'm always like self-conscious of the way I smell. But then my wife's like, "No, you're fine." But I sweat so damn much, man, to where I'm always like thinking, I'm like, "Oh God, my feet just." I don't know. My feet sweat so much to where
Your feet sweat?
yes, and my hands.
Yeah.
To where my shoes just get ruined after a while. If I have dress shoes on more than a month, if I'm wearing them consistently, they are
You're wearing
done.
socks, right?
Well, yeah, but the thin
Some guys
socks,
don't.
the thin socks, they're soaked afterwards.
Yeah,
It's
I
just,
feel you.
I've always had to deal with that, man. Even in high
It's a
school,
big athlete thing, right? There's a lot of athletes deal with like the over sweating.
sweating bad, dude.
Yeah.
Sometimes I remember being on TV for the Frank Cusimano was out of town. He's like, Cam, do my 5 at 5 for me. Go in, read all the stuff. I'm like, yeah, I got you, baby. Let's go. So I went in there, have all my notes down, ready to go. And I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I'm reading the teleprompter well. And all of a sudden, here it comes. the sweat.
Oh, no.
And I'm like,
Is this Lexington Steel?
it was Lexington Steel. I was sweating like Lexington Steel. And I'm soaked, and everybody's kind of laughing in the background. And I'm like, oh, my God. Then I go back, and I sit on a chair, and the chair wasn't upright, so I fell all the way down. The camera's on you the whole time.
Oh, no.
It was hilarious.
It's not as exciting of a story, but I was an elementary school teacher in my past life.
Yeah.
First day, first class, second graders, sitting on the carpet. I'm getting ready to present myself, tell them who I am, introduce them to senior.
Yep.
Kid raises his hand. Yeah, what's up, buddy? Why are you sweating so bad?
Yeah. Settle down, son.
Hey, this is nice.
Right where you lived.
Yeah.
This is nice. Eric in Central West End texting in. I listened to you guys in the shower. How do you like that, Doug?
Well,
Isn't that nice to think that a man is bathing while listening to your dulcet tones?
I don't need to know where he is.
Tell Cam to get hollow wool socks, feet won't sweat from the 618.
All right. I appreciate that.
People are saying that you got to improve your sock game.
Okay. I'll improve my sock game. But sometimes when they're that thick, sometimes it doesn't matter. I know Sharon from Clayton sent me a bunch of stuff for like my forehead and whatnot. These like little pads that you just like dap and it kind of like for deodorant and stuff like that. She hooked me up with that.
Some Botox injections helps with that too.
I know a lot of guys that did that, but I feel like if they Botox my underarms, then my butt's gonna sweat more, or my whatever, or it's gonna come out of some other orifice.
It's like plugging one hole in the bow. It's got to go somewhere else. You know?
Right?
So it's like you weigh your options. It's almost like you want more holes to sweat out of, so to balance it out.
I want to balance everything. Oh my God!
I almost never sweat. Almost never.
Good.
Yeah. I don't know why. Why one person would and why another.
I don't know,
wouldn't.
man. I don't know. Maybe it's the 15 cups of coffee I drank in the morning. That probably doesn't.
I drink a lot of water and tea and stuff.
You're pretty healthy though, man. Like you're a healthy guy.
Oh, he was eating plain yogurt when we were down at spring training. It was plain yogurt and not saltines, but rice cakes.
But there were times when I lived and died with the Big Mac and
the Diet Coke thing is crazy, right?
But if we went out to dinner, would you like look and be like, I can't have that? No. Or would you be like, let me get that fat tomahawk, baby.
Oh, no.
And that baked potato. And maybe that seafood boil.
Went to a bar, the guy got chicken breast and broccoli.
Oh, so you're like, you kind of like a child?
No, he eats like he's training for the Olympics.
Trying to be healthy.
Okay.
That shouldn't be a weird thing.
No,
it's not weird.
No, it's not at all.
But we went when we were down in spring training down in Jupiter. We went to this bar that was famous for really good chicken wings. And Doug ordered the chicken breasts and broccoli, and then went on to lecture Martin and myself about the dangers of the chicken wing.
The dead fried skin.
It's not good.
Yeah. No. So not only is he ordering, but he's also trying to
chastising.
Yeah.
Do you ever go out to dinner with a guy and you're in a nice restaurant and like you're picking out different things? I'm getting oysters and this. And they have to eat chicken fingers. They have a palate of a six-year-old.
Right.
And they're like a 45-year-old man. You're like, eat something.
Yeah, I mean, usually people shed that as they get older. Yeah. But I can't speak. Like, I don't really do seafood. Like, I'm not really into fish.
Oh, you're missing out.
I know. Trust me. I was like my family like
salmon. You won't eat salmon?
No, that's the worst of them all. But that's the fishiest. That's the fishiest fish.
But it's dang good for you, man.
I know it's good for you, but like I can't get. I'll start to gag if I eat it.
Oh, really? That fishy taste. You don't like it?
It's just never been my thing.
I could have that for every meal.
That's like the one thing.
Salmon for every meal. I think.
Shellfish, I'm cool with. Like I've enjoyed crab. I've enjoyed lobster, shrimp, like crustaceans and shellfish. But I just can't do like straight fish.
So you like all the fish that's bad for you, and you don't like the fish that's good for you.
He likes butter.
That's
basically.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Sky high in cholesterol.
For sure. See, again, this is Doug, the
well, you don't have to worry about it when you're 27. But
super villain of fun.
If you put another 20 years behind you, that stuff starts to add up.
I like the seafood boils, man. They're very expensive. But if you do it right, they're like
you get some potato and corn going with that.
Dude.
Throw the newspaper down on the table.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, you make that garlic butter, with cayenne pepper and whatnot. You dump it over the crab legs. It's very expensive though. You could put clams and mussels and lobster tails in that bad boy.
I had a meal like that in Tampa a few months ago. The name of the restaurant, I only went because of the name of the restaurant, Mr. and Mrs. Crab.
Yes. The stormy crab, the angry crab, the salty crab, the horny crab.
Yeah.
I was so dirty when it was over. I had so much sauce and butter on
Your
me.
hands smell.
I needed a shower after the restaurant.
Yep. Oh, it's good, baby.
Very good.
Dang good.
Cholesterol is not the thing killing us. Fat is good for you. Your brain is basically made out of cholesterol. Remove carbs and you're good. That's from Benny Buckets.
Tell that to my cardiologist.
All right.
My wife ordered chicken fingers at our own wedding since we had fillets and salmon as the meal choices. She's a classy lady. That's from Mr. 10,000.
Okay.
Doug, I was stopping at the McDonald's next to Rams Park an average of 5 times a week until I gave it up for Lent. I'm having a Dr. Pepper slushie withdrawals. Thoughts and prayers to me, please. It's from the life coach.
It's another thing, by the way, when my little nieces come over for Christmas or whatever, and they'll buy them those little sodas. I haven't had soda. Like, I don't drink soda. My parents never really got soda.
Yeah.
We drink Gatorade and water. I don't know. But gosh, every time I'll crush a Dr. Pepper, and then I'll be like, I want another one.
It's pretty.
I'll drink like 10 in a row.
Pretty outstanding.
Like Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
Seriously.
At the
I
White
can't
House.
stop. It's so addicting.
Yeah, you can.
And then you don't just buy it. And
Well,
then,
yeah, it's
you know.
the sugar aspect
Oh,
of it
man.
all. Coming up today on the Stiefel dossier, we'll have Joey Vitale calling in at 8:45, talking about the Blues win last night. Robert Thomas joining us at 9 o'clock. Looking forward to talking over with Bob Thomas. And then Gabe DeArmond talking about Missouri's, the end of their season last night in the NCAA tournament. He's coming up at 9:30. All of that and the design there. Heating and cooling email today. The standings are as follows. JV golf coach has 5 wins. The self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom with 2 wins, as well as Don't Think, Just Stink, Where's Wet Pink, Kermit the Bong, Misty Plops, Jimmy Stronglegs, and Carlos Spicy Wiener, all with a win apiece as we head down the stretch of the month of March. Martin and Tim out today. Everyone, we're back full steam ahead on Monday with the full squad. We appreciate Cam Jansen coming in. I love every time you come in. You bring the energy, you bring the heat. You set the tone. That's what you do. You set the tone. At the alumni game, you might have to fight.
No,
when you come in
I'm
here.
going to fight.
Yeah, that's what you do when you go there. When you come here to love. And that's
right.
what we do around here. And that's what we'll continue to do as we head into our Fisher window and door store. 8 o'clock hour. It's coming up on the other side of the break. This is the Morning After, presented by Brian Crouppen here on 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Tim McKernan here with you to talk a little bit about aesthetic design and build. The weather is warming up, and now you start thinking about getting outside, and that is when you tend to the outdoor living space with Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build. Online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. I've gotten to know Dan and his team. Checked out their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. They walked me through all different types of custom work that they are capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. And the thing was so impressive that I said, I got to have them out to the house to see what we can do with our outdoor living space. I would recommend them to you wholeheartedly. They're online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or you can call them 636-532-5008. And let them know I sent you their way.
Oh, this is like actually more representative of my mood.
So, yeah,
Simon and Garfunkel were a little too happy for
This is hardcore, man.
Yeah.
He did a good job with this.
This is haunting.
It's awesome.
It's a haunting feeling today. This is the morning after. 101 ESPN. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tough night for me last night. People on the Air Comfort Service text line where you can text in. That's 314-399-9646. You can also call in on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, and the YouTube chat on TMA STL, which is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the YouTube chat. They were giving it to me a little bit last night, but I would say 95% of people were either rooting for the Tigers or, hoping to see a victory. So it wasn't all negative. And that continues right now in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. I love that Jackson is an unwavering, lifelong Mizzou fan. It involves highs and heartbreak, but keep the faith always. JBB, it's from the 314.
What hurts is that you spend the whole off season getting excited about their recruiting and paying off certain people to go to your school.
Yeah.
And then you have the long season, and it's all pointing to, can we get in the tournament? Can we get in the tournament? Are we going to be healthy? Are we going to make the tournament? What's our seed? And then just like that, it's all over.
I think what really strengthened me, for me personally, like my love of Mizzou football and basketball, Cardinals, Blue, whatever it might be, is like with the Rams, I was such a big Rams fan, Cam, like from right about when they drafted Sam Bradford, I was like 10 years old till they left. And it was always like, well, there's next year, like here, like it's okay. Like you put in all, like you watch all these games, they 7-9, or they lose at the last game and don't get in the playoffs. Like, all right. And then the team moves and it's like, oh, there isn't a next year. And that that's like really jarring as a sports fan. And so like with the team, like Missouri football and basketball, unless I don't see a world in which they move, away from Columbia.
Yeah.
St. Louis Cardinals, St. Louis Blues, very similar as well. So, like, with those teams, like, I feel like, at least for me, and I'm sure people out there could, say the same thing, is like, it strengthens the bond with those teams because you're so scorned by another team. Especially, like, I was too into the Rams towards the end there.
Dude, imagine if you would have saw the Rams and you're old enough to really appreciate it when they were unbelievable.
Right.
I've been through that with 4 teams now.
Yeah.
The St. Louis Hawks, I love, gone. The
Big
Spirits
Red.
of St. Louis,
Oh, yeah.
gone. Football Cardinals, gone. Rams, gone.
If the Blues were gone, I'd be in a jam.
And they were almost gone there for a while.
Financially, a lot of, like, there's a lot of things that I do because of the Blues.
Right.
Being a part of that, like a ton.
Right.
I'm sure that kind of thing has happened to the former football Cardinals and former Rams, who could have been part of that organization and been, a very, very much a part of the community still.
I know Killer
in the
does
spotlight.
Killer does a lot of stuff with the football Cardinals still. Like, he keeps that alive, but like they're not doing events and getting paid. It's just, I don't know, man. You're just kind of lost. You shuffled
It's
aside.
like they don't have a team now. They never played in Arizona.
It's kind of sad. It really is.
And I'm sure there's some Rams players too that are feeling that.
Yeah.
I don't know how many are still in St. Louis, but there's probably a few.
a couple that settled down here.
Orlando
for sure.
Pace, for one, I think is still here.
Yeah, he's okay.
Yeah,
it's more the guys that play a little bit, played 4 or 5 years, didn't make a ton of money, but they kind of need their name to, monetize themselves, whatever.
Jackson, before you talk crap about how amazing the Tigers are again, you should remember they have one conference win. I'm reading verbatim. They have one conference win in 15 years. I believe that person meant to say tournament win, but he did say conference win in 15 years. I say him. It could be a girl. And in that time have lost to Norfolk State, Yale, and now Drake. I believe Princeton is who. I guess Yale did get him. Did Yale get him? I thought it was Princeton. It was Princeton 2 years ago. Yeah. And now Drake. Hope you didn't punish your Arthur Johnson body pillow too much last night. That's from the St. Charles Hermaphrodite.
Gosh.
So I think 2.
You do need another light, I think.
I have Mizzou football.
The live read, maybe a light like on both sides of your couch.
Oh, yeah, well, lighting-wise?
Because the way your facial expressions were, because you were down and out and melancholy, and then the lighting was
very low.
It just amplified the negativity.
I'm a big, and we're talking about getting into the weeds, big ambient light guy. Like I I hate overhead lights. I can't stand like in my home having a big
like a can light.
No, like a big fluorescent light bulb like above me that's like lighting up the. I prefer like 2 lamps on either side, giving some more ambient light. I really hate, and I hate the lights being on during the daytime. Like when there's natural sunlight out there. Open up every single.
What about this studio? You're upset that the lights
That's
are on?
different. That's different.
Because you get.
I'm working. I'm not like chilling.
When you go to a house and it's not 95 degrees out, but it's like 65, and they have all the curtains down.
Yeah.
I walk in like it brings back bad vibes of like hunkering down when you feel terrible. Like
like you mean the blinds are closed?
Yeah. Like I need sun, man.
Yeah.
The 2 weeks, even like in St. Louis, the 2 weeks that we got rocked with snow. The snow turned crappy. After a while, snow looks nasty.
Yeah.
Okay. When it first comes down, like, oh, everything's beautiful. Look, it's this. But once it doesn't melt for a week and a half, it gets dark and nasty, and it just doesn't look great. And your car's all whatever. But the 2 weeks where it was freezing cold here, and there's no sun this winter, which was hardcore. Like I was kind of depressed. And I look at all these Canadians like going up to Winnipeg, and I'm walking around Winnipeg, and I'm like, no wonder you're all depressed. They're walking around like, ooh, doom and gloom.
There's something to that.
And that's seasonal affective disorder.
Like the highest suicide rates in the world are like in Scandinavian countries.
They're in Alaska too.
They have to wear those lights on their head so that they can actually get some dopamine in their system.
There's no sun.
Yeah. Oh, that's
it's a nasty feeling.
But then you get those 23 hours of sunlight, which actually I think would kind of suck.
Yeah, you don't want that either.
Sleep.
You know, and it's kind of not even the same. Like that's why. Even like players playing in Florida, when you're going to practice every day on an off day and you're going in your sandals and on a golf cart, like your mindset is completely different than walking to the rink and you're like, and you got to get up and hopefully your car's in a garage, which probably is, but then you got to back out and you're in the snow and you get out and you got to get gas. Like all that little stuff adds up and it makes you depressed throughout a long winter comparatively to going and being in Florida or Nashville or whatever, or even here in St. Louis. It's not that bad, although that 2 week stretch was tough.
So let's hope for more global warming.
I agree.
It's good for everyone.
Things thrive when it's warm. You know what scares us? You know what happened recently, 12,000 years ago? We froze over, baby.
Global cooling would be much worse.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Cam, I'm curious, you talking about Florida there.
Yeah.
Like for free agents or trades in hockey, like are guys really hoping to go to a team like Tampa or the Panthers or like
heck yeah dude. But you can only have so many guys on your team,
right?
So not everybody can go there,
right? But even like do like Canadian guys especially? Do you think?
Why do you think all these Canadians live here?
I know
they're Americanized.
Right, this is like New Orleans to them.
They're all Americanized.
Nice and warm, yeah.
Right. You know what I mean? They don't want to leave here when they. Canada's tough to live in, man. It's expensive too,
especially Edmonton. Especially something like Edmonton, way up north, like Winnipeg and like Toronto, or they're in Canada, but
Winnipeg's the worst.
Really,
it is.
Winterpeg, they call it.
Yeah. Winnipeg is the coldest. It's the most depressing.
Colder than Edmonton.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And there's crime. There's more crime in Winnipeg than all these other places too.
I think we did
hardcore.
Yeah, we did read like a player poll that The Athletic did, and I think Winnipeg got ranked like
no doubt
least desirable franchise.
And they're still in first place.
Buzz is giving us a nice little text here. I'm lucky enough to live off Highway 70 in Wentzville, I-70 in Wentzville. I have decided to become a billet dad for truckers traveling across the interstate. I plan on being sexually active with all of them. That's from caller Buzz.
I'm not going to be a billet dad, I'll tell you that right now.
Is that even an option for people in St. Louis? Like
billet dads for truckers?
There could be a junior team. I don't know. Like maybe I don't know. But if they asked me, I would say, oh, hell no. Nope. I know where my mindset was when I was 16, 17, 18.
It wasn't on the billet mom.
No.
Maybe one of the billet daughters?
I was in a school. Well, yeah, it was everything. It was everything.
I don't imagine billet families allowed players in that had teenage daughters, so that'd be a bad idea,
They 100% did.
Oh, did they?
And it was Bizarro land.
We can't go a show on here with a hockey player without somehow getting into billet moms or
you're like,
is this
real?
Dads.
You're a kid. You're like, is this real?
They're holding you accountable again, Cam. Cam, that's a really nice shirt. Who shot the couch? That's from Fulton's Finest.
This is from Kohl's, baby. not the best. Kate got this for me, and it's very comfortable. When I do these little jobs I do for that little show I do, where I go to different places, sometimes it's cold, and I want to look the part like I'm a farmer or whatever, which I'm not. I'm one-dimensional. Maybe not even that. I can't fix anything in my house.
Oh, you can't fix
No.
Well, how about light electrical?
Nope. Kate does a lot of things. And if there's a camera in our house, I would be very embarrassed if it got out to how much stuff that she does around the house.
Well, can't she teach you how to do it?
I mean, she can. Can I teach myself how to do it? Yeah.
Yeah,
Do
but
I?
you don't want to.
No.
You could probably watch a YouTube video and learn to do some of these things.
I know guys that just started watching YouTube clips, and now they're making literally computers in their garage
Really?
just from YouTube.
Wow.
Computers.
That's insane.
I
Well,
know.
Doug, if you're looking to improve your home, maybe a call to Callier and Thompson might be in order.
Or go
improve
visit
your pitching.
them. Just go visit
Yeah, that's a
them.
good call.
Take a look at their showroom because they've got over 10,000 square feet there and more than 20 kitchen displays. It really is a great place. This is where you go if you're really serious. If you're not fooling around anymore, you've tried to have your Uncle Binky come over and fix a few things, and it just didn't work out. This is where you go when you're not fooling around. You want it done first class by the people from Collier & Thompson. Hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to back up their work. Collier & Thompson stands behind every job they do during the process. They are always available there for you in case you need any changes, in case you're not satisfied with something looks. They'll make the changes for you. The Collier & Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take pride in the work that they do, and they always want to be sure they're doing the right thing by the customer. They want you to be happy. This is a business that's been around in St. Louis since the 1950s. Their employees have more than 165 years of experience now. They're not the most expensive in town, not the cheapest either. They are right there in the sweet spot where you are going to get a quality job no matter what you're doing. If you're redoing your kitchen, the bathroom, you got to finish your basement, Collier & Thompson is where you need to go. So you're saying, all right, where is it? Well, it's on Manchester and Ballin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality, online at collierandthompson.com.
Doug, I'm sorry. I appreciate you fighting through the little throat action right there. It's
You want a cough drop? I got one for you.
Well, then it'll rattle around.
Yeah, you just kind of put it, hold it in like a chew.
Everybody else seemed to have the cough about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, do you think you got that from me?
Everyone I've seen has had it, so I could have gotten it from anyone.
I do like at the end of the
We're
live
very
stream,
intimate.
there's a little Louis Armstrong at the end of the live round.
I'm Patrick Mahomes for Collier & Thompson.
I think it's appreciated. Chairman, are you in that YouTube chat? That's
Yeah,
brought
I
to
got
us
it
by
open here in
Michelob
one of my
Ultra?
tabs.
Is there anything I want to give? I feel like I haven't given them any love, and I'm sure there's people. I want to give people the opportunity to rip me because, again, I talked a lot of smack going into that game yesterday, and I feel like I need my comeuppance.
Yeah, so they're just, it seems like a good day of talking it over. And there, Bill's Holes, Bill's Holes says Cam has them big fists.
Yeah, man.
Are you ham-fisted?
I got big hands.
You do have big hands.
Yeah.
And then Jock Hoare followed it up and says, and a big thick neck. It's like his head's attached to a thigh.
I know. That's,
What size fitted hat you wear?
I think an 18. 17 and a half? No, that's my neck set. 18
Yeah,
is my
that's a neck set. You're thinking more
Hat
7 or
extra,
8.
Extra big.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
probably
know.
like a
Just monster.
Yeah.
Mutant size.
7.
Maybe the opposite of Tim. He probably has a smaller one.
Well, one side is
Yeah.
different.
Too Fat to Kayaks gave you a little props. He says Jackson read some Oscar-winning cinematography thesis on lighting before the broadcast last night. Did I miss that? Were you talking lighting?
No, but that was people were asking television and movie questions in the chat, like interspersed with me like freaking out that Missouri couldn't, get a scoring run going or just allowed an offensive rebound and a 3-pointer after it. And then someone would ask about like my thoughts on Severance, and I would get right back into like talking about that. So
Thoughts on Severance?
the TV show.
I got a little distracted at halftime. I saw you maybe we're going to do a White Lotus discussion at halftime. Did you end up doing that?
Too many
What's
people.
up with that show? I
It's
saw a
outstanding.
weird clip. Walton Goggins in that?
Yeah,
Okay.
this season he is. Yeah,
Yeah.
Sam
He's
Rockwell.
cool.
Oh, he's great. Walton
Yeah,
Goggins.
he's
a hot right now because he's on that Righteous Gemstones at the same time.
You
He's
see
got
Justified ever?
no.
Oh, it's pretty good.
I'm really into he was in a lot of Tarantino movies there in the mid
Yeah, he
teens
was.
there. Man, missing Tim. Boy, the show is so different without Tim. Wow, that's from Ryan Crawford. Well,
yeah.
does an offense look different when a different quarterback's under center? What are you going to do?
yeah.
Last night was awesome. Jackson needs to do that with some Blues games. That's from DJ Patty Cake. So I will say was one of the most positive people on my YouTube stream last night was DJ Patty Cake. So shout out to him. No, people were giving me updates of the Blues game during my live stream, and it seemed like a very dramatic game. We actually have I want to play some of the calls before we have Joey Vitale, who's going to join us here. In about 10 minutes. I do want to play some of Chris Kerber's calls of the game last night. Here is the call of Tyler Tucker tying the game in the third period.
All right.
Score! Right off the face
We didn't get much build up to that.
It was right after the face-off.
Just
it happened
score.
quick. Right after the face-off.
It's the second time he's done that.
I thought you were going to cut it right after score. Here's that highlight. Score. Remember the highlight.
Remember the first time Tyler Tucker did that? They're playing Utah. Same exact situation where he's on the right side in the point. They're in left shot. They win the draw. And Liam O'Brien goes to Tyler Tucker right off the draw and drops his gloves and acts like he thought he was going to fight Tucker. And Tucker's like about to do it. And then the puck comes right to him. He rips a shot and scores. And then Liam, I think, got a penalty. And then right afterwards, he fights him and beats him up and cuts him open. And then Liam goes to the box like he won. And I'm like, you just look like an idiot. You got a penalty because you dropped your gloves before Tyler Tucker. And then he scores a goal. And then he beats you up afterwards. And then they win the game.
I'm a Blues fan. If Tyler Tucker walked in this studio and kissed me on the lips, I wouldn't know who it was.
I know. No, I know. I get that. You and many others. He hasn't been established here yet.
But
I mean, if Jordan Kyrou came in here, you'd be like, yeah, I know who that is, right?
Yeah.
He's one of the
Shen.
few.
Shen,
But
yeah,
a lot of them,
Parayko.
you never see him
Yeah.
without the helmet, a lot of them. So.
Would you know Dylan Holloway if he had his shirt off?
Probably not.
No.
If I saw him in the
Handsome
locker
kid.
room, I might be able to put it together.
Is that right? Man,
Oh, yeah.
Man Rocket?
Yeah.
Who's the biggest rocket on this team? Can you talk about that, or are you not really
Oh,
allowed?
there's some handsome kids, man. I took my wife to California on that trip, and I'm like, I gotta hide her. I can't let you see these handsome
You were
guys.
on the week long.
Yeah.
That was probably a lot of fun.
That was cool. Yeah. We're right down in Santa Monica, man. Right in the shutters. It was cool. She got to see a game with Jamie's girl. Yeah. They had a good time together and stuff like that. But you just see these guys walk around there and just nice. They just look the part, man. They look sharp. You know what I mean?
For sure.
But
Here's Kerber's call of the Philip Broberg's game winner from last evening.
Score.
Dylan Holloway snaps it ahead. Shen in. Shen to Broberg. Broberg score! Broberg with the wild card trumper tonight. Game winner. Bring out the Zamboni. The Blues are in a playoff spot. Overtime win over the Vancouver Canucks.
That's pretty good. Broberg, man, he could skate. He could skate, that kid. Then he falls into the boards. I'm like, oh, boy.
Yeah, I thought he was hurt there.
Yeah.
Took a little while for me to find the game on TV. It was not on the usual spot.
Hulu.
It was on Hulu and Disney Plus. I have Disney Plus. I went to Disney Plus. I said, how do I search a hockey game? There was nothing there to search. Finally, I hit something where 8,000 shows showed up, and I hit, there's the hockey game. I hit it, nothing. Nothing at all. Then I went back, and I hit it again. Then it pops up.
How about you?
I just want to turn one channel and have it come up.
Nope. No, they want it complicated for you. Don't
guess.
you understand?
I get it. Well,
and then
they've
once
done that.
you watch the game and the period's over and you're like, I'm going to switch back over to Mizzou.
No, you can't do that. You're going to lose
Where's
it.
the other remote? Mm-hmm. The dog's sitting on it. Where's it? Then what do I press? And it takes a while. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all messed up right
Speaking
now.
of that, reading from the STL today, just this morning, the contest at home with Montreal, that's coming up next week, will also be streamed on Victory Plus instead of regular carrier FanDuel. Victory Plus, which simulcasts the previous over-the-air games, offers its app as well as the game for free and is available on devices connected to the internet in the Blues geographical broadcast territory. That's just from today on STL today.
So another app, but not another price.
Right, and I think that it's still going to be available on your over-the-air, like you watch on Spectrum. I think it should be the exact
They're just
same.
trying new things out, man. A lot of things are changing.
Sure.
They just want to see what works and what doesn't.
And that's the thing. Is
You
like
know?
if we watch the Cardinals, they're on a bunch of different. But now FanDuel TV is offering, even if you don't have a cable subscription.
It's all up in the air right now, man.
Right.
They're just trying to figure things out.
Yeah, you do the best you can.
Yeah.
Here's a question I want you guys to chew on. We'll maybe talk about it with Joey Vitale. If the Blues are to have success, make the playoffs, make a little run, do you think the credit will go more towards Doug Armstrong and some of the offer sheet stuff and not being scared at the deadline and moving guys, or you think it'll go to Jim Montgomery and the coach boost?
60-40 Monty Army.
Yeah. Do you think that's natural? Like coach most of the time is going to get more
hands-on
credit.
Listen, you could have the guys, but what are you going to do with them?
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
Cam Fowler, he wasn't having a great year, and then all of a sudden he comes over here.
Right.
And he's got 28 points, and he's your number one defenseman.
Right. Do you think Parayko getting hurt and then them still being successful is a testament to what Monty does day in, day out?
Yeah. Not changing the lineup, like they're just past three. I was just waiting for a game where they're just completely off. It just hasn't happened. They're finding ways to win. It's not fluky. They are just smothering teams, scoring a ton of goals. Like that's your system. You know what I mean?
As well as they've played now for an extended period of time, they're just now a 500 team. If you count overtime losses as losses, which is fair because we count overtime wins as wins, they're 35-35.
Yeah. Yep.
So
they still might squeak in.
Still might get in.
You know, they got to go on another run, though. I mean, you can't rely on anybody else. You're going to have to go on another 9-2 run. You're just going to have to keep this pace.
Yeah, because the Canucks, Flames, Utah, they're all playing like every game is a playoff game.
Yes, they are.
It doesn't matter who they play. They're going to...
Well, the Blues are playing Nashville 15 times in the next week.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got Chicago.
We're going to talk it over with Joey Vitale. Coming up on the other side of the break, it's 8:42 in St. Louis. That time check is brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. The studio cams brought to you by the Air Alliance team for the YouTube chat, which is brought to us by Michelob Ultra. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brian Crouppen, right here on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. You're listening to The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. We are in our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. And it's our absolute pleasure. Pleasure is the word when anytime you're talking about the great Joey Vitale. Morning, Joe.
Hey, boys. What's going on?
What's up, Joey?
Cam, what's going on? But Jackson said it was a Frankenstein lineup today. I guess that's a good thing. I don't know.
It doesn't sound like it to me.
It's a real plug-and-play situation, you know.
I feel like we're cooking already.
I think we're okay.
Next man, I think we're doing great.
Yeah.
I think we're rallying, and I think having Joey on is just improving what's already been a fantastic product.
Listen, you don't need me to bring this show to life. I mean, with Cam subbing in for Tim, I mean, that's just nothing but energy and knowledge bottled up into a big old bottle of Jack Daniels.
He was bleeding earlier. He was so passionate with takes.
We have to bring that back up.
But it had to be said. It had
Joey, embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
He's always bleeding. It's either sweating or bleeding.
There you go. Batting practice.
Liquids are always coming out of him.
God awful.
Did you get up early and work out this morning, Joey?
You know what, baby? Got up at 5 while the rest of the world was sleeping. I get a little workout in, sit down, read a little bit, find some silence. Because after about 6 a.m., it's just nothing but go time in our house.
5 o'clock. That's a little late.
It's late. I know. Usually it's 4:30, but we had a late game last night, so trying to sleep in. Feeling lazy this morning, getting up at 5, but it is what it is.
Huh? You must have gotten home late though. What do you get? Are you okay on like 4 hours of sleep a night?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I have to be. I don't have a choice right now with my life and with the kids' ages and everything going on, Doug. But I was actually reading the other day there's like a mutation. I think Donald Trump has it. I'm not saying I'm like Donald Trump, but apparently there's like a mutation where some people just do not need a lot of sleep.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys are the same way, but maybe I have something that. But I'm good. 4 or 5 hours is all I really need. And my wife definitely gets the brunt end of a lot of my issues, but you know, when I'm exhausted. But she's a tough kid though too, so we're okay.
Your daddy didn't sleep much either, man, and he got up at 4 o'clock and he's doing his thing for years and years. That's why you're able to do it, man. It's in your blood.
You're probably right, Cam. Yeah, you knew my dad well, where you know he'd go to bed late and he'd be up at 3:30. He got up at 3:30 every morning. Outside of Sunday, he'd sleep in a little bit, but he'd get up at 3:30 and. You know, he'd run his business, and he'd always need to be the first one in the office. But he would actually stop off at the chapel on the way in. He'd stop off at the chapel every morning, and then he'd be in the office by 4:15, fire up the lights, and he'd be the last one to get home. So, you know, he put in his work, and he definitely did some great things and everything like that. But you're right. I think I saw my dad's example, and, you know, in the summertime, there was no sleeping in for the, you know, you remember Chuck Cam as well, my older brother, you guys played together, but there was no sleeping in. Like when school was over, it was concrete time. Like we went from school, ended on a Thursday or a Friday. That next Monday, we were up at, 5 a.m. and we were pouring concrete. And that was for summers. You know, Cam, it's funny. We see all these young kids now with all these skills camps and everyone's just trying to get ahead in their sports, but I don't know. Our summers were spent working or having fun or just getting outside, running into trouble. It's very different now looking at the kids' childhood.
Did you, when you were young and you saw what your dad did and getting up at 3:30, just like I did when my dad was waterproofing in 110-degree weather, were you ever like, I do not want to do this? I want to do something on my own. I want to play hockey. I want to do anything else but what my father does because it looks so hardcore.
You know, when I was really young, I don't know about you, I actually wanted to be just like my dad. I think every kid, when they're really young, they see their dad and they're like, my dad, listen, he poured concrete. Like, it's not a very glamorous job, but I saw him come home from work dirty, putting his hard hat away, and I just thought that was my hero. I wanted to be that. And that's what got me excited to pour concrete because I wanted to be like my dad. However, as I did it more and more and I got older and I was around, the people and, I had great mentors I poured concrete with and they were saying nothing but the opposite. They're like, Joe, get your education. Don't do this for the rest of your life. Like, don't make the mistakes I made. So my dad was also smart. He put me in good contact with good people who had made errors and a lot of mistakes in their life. And they wanted me to do something different. And that definitely pushed me away from pouring concrete and finding something else I love. But, with your dad with waterproofing, any trade. Like I wish, like my kids are going to work in some trade at some point when they get a little older. I think especially concrete. You know, anyone who's ever poured concrete before, it teaches you a sense of urgency. You have to have urgency. Why? Well, it's a material that gets hard, and especially in the summertime, Cam, as you know, and it gets hard quick. And listen, concrete it's an unforgiving thing. It never says sorry. Once it's hard, it's stubborn, and it gets hard, and then you're talking thousands of dollars if you don't do it right. So, you know, with that, I think that, you know, Cam, you play with a sense of urgency. I like to think that I play with a pretty big sense of urgency, and concrete taught me that. It's like if you don't get it, it's going to get you at some point.
You better be at a job site at 6 o'clock, baby, because that concrete,
concrete never says sorry.
No doubt about it.
And if you're late, I'm telling you, the men I worked with, I think locker rooms are tough. Boy. Oh, man, my mom packed my very first summer working out in the field. I think I was 14 years old. She packed my lunch. I had like this blue, like the school lunch boxes, and I had like a little ice pack. These guys, they called me Lunchbox all summer long because of that. I mean, I got absolutely torn apart. So you learn at a young age, but again, as tough as it was a healthy thing, and I'm really glad I had it.
You still pour any concrete now around the house just for recreational purposes?
No, I don't, Doug. There's only so much concrete you can pour before all the grass is grown.
Yeah.
But I will say my brother Sam and Charlie, they kind of run their own little thing, and whenever they need a hand, it's good. It kind of brings me back to the roots of just jumping in the mix and then obviously jumping in and, of course, helping the guys out, which is a lot of fun.
Joe, big win last night for the old Blue Note. I like talking concrete as much as the next guy, but let me tell you about something about this note. That was a big W last night. Am I right?
Huge. It was, not only a win, Jackson, but it's, as you guys probably talked about it so much, the back and forth momentum swings, and the fact that this team, nothing bothers them. Nothing bothers them with what's going on. Like I think Jim Montgomery said it best the other day. They're actually looking for adversity. They're looking for something to kind of, piss them off in a weird way. And that certainly happened last night. I didn't think the third would go that way. I thought that first all that was needed in that game when it was a 0-0 game. But the back in the fourth, Vancouver grabs the lead, and that pushback from St. Louis was incredible. You got to give it to Vancouver, man. Brock Besser showing up big there to kind of push that game into overtime. We will see if that point means something here in about 4 or 5 more weeks. It could end up biting the Blues. But you know what? Mistakes happen. It's playoff hockey. It's up-tempo. It's upbeat. And, things are highlighted, and mistakes are going to happen. So at the end of the day, a great win, a very valuable 2 points. And this is a Blues team right now. Like I said, they're humming along. They're trending in the right direction. All cylinders are looking really good.
Yeah, you're waiting for kind of them to fall off a little bit because to keep this energy up and the games are happening. There's so many games coming up here in a short matter of days. But I guess they're not practicing, but they're just keeping this pace, man. The first period, they slowed down a little bit in the second period, but then they found their rhythm again. Like, how do you explain that?
I think that to me it's a group that lost a top player in Colton Parayko, right? And what happened? It was probably the best thing that happened for the team. And what I mean by that is they have found a system and a structure, and everyone has to be bought in. You don't have a choice, right? Cam, you remember the days where, let's say you were in Jersey and all of a sudden Marty Brodeur is not playing that night. It's a back-to-back, and all of a sudden they call up a kid from the, I believe it was probably the Albany River Rats at the time. And it's young kids, his name's Trevor, and he's never played an NHL game. You're in the locker room, you're in Philly, and you're thinking, you remember that locker room? That locker room was, boys, we're blocking everything tonight. We're playing as a damn good system, and we are going to bail this kid out. We're going to get him his first win. And it's like a rally cry. And everyone's game gets brought up a level because you don't have Marty Brodeur in the net. Now, having Marty Brodeur in the net is great. Having Jordan Binnington in net is great. It's a luxury. You have a cushion. You have a safety net, right? Having Colton Parayko as he is one of the best defensemen now in the league, that is a wonderful safety net, and you're not going to shun that away. And when he's healthy and come back, you're going to welcome him back. However, when you lose that safety net, it forces everyone to bring their game up to the next level. Why? Because you have to. You don't have a choice. You have to be better. Everyone has to bring a ratchet up. Doesn't be a full-blown ratchet, but everyone can give, a little bit of a percentage higher. And when you're doing that, and everyone's doing that, and then you have a structure implemented where it's very consistent, Well, that to me is why they're winning lots of games. You know, this defensive group, it shouldn't be that big of a surprise for people because you have veteran leaders back there who have been in the game a long time, easily the most experienced back end in the National Hockey League. But the one thing they have also on top of the experience, they can skate. They can move. Like Nick Leddy, over 1,000 games, he can skate. Cam Fowler can get up and down the ice. These guys are like ageless. They look like they're in their mid-20s. So the experience on top of the skating ability, that's what's made this group so good. I'm telling you, when Colton comes back, if the Blues can situate themselves in a good spot, I still think Colton's going to be back before playoffs. I know he's skating. I'm bullish to think that he's going to be on that last road trip where they go to Winnipeg, Edmonton, Seattle. And if he comes back, and let's say a Tyler Tucker subs out, guys, we're looking at one of the best defensive groups in the National Hockey League. And if Jordan Binnington can stay hot, I mean, the back end is taken care of. The question mark becomes, can the forward group continue to push at this pace? Because this is a dangerous team. And I'm telling you, if I'm Mark Scheifele and I'm Kyle Connor and I'm the Jets and I'm all the fans up in Winnipeg freezing their nuts off like right now, I'm thinking this could be a very, very long offseason once again because we may draw the St. Louis Blues.
Yeah, you know, speak of Tyler Tucker. I mean, since last year I watched him, like his skating, like he was okay. He'd kind of get out of position here and there and, you know, the breakout passes and whatnot. But I don't know what he did over the summer. Maybe it's just confidence, but he looks smooth, even in his skating ability. Like he's mobile, he's big, he'll catch guys with hits. I know he took a penalty the other night. I don't care. Kill that off. He elbowed the guy. I don't know what he got on that. Maybe it was just a 2. But he's scoring goals. He pushes guys out of the way in front of the net. He's intimidating. Man, he's playing good hockey.
He is, Cam. But you know what? A lot of it is, too, you got to give Jim Montgomery a ton of credit.
Yes.
He is playing. He's not only giving confidence to these players, the way he communicates them, he's got a great system in play. You know, you look at the Blues defensive zone, it's a pretty simple, direct zone coverage in a zone where you don't need to be an amazing skater. You don't have to be quick. You don't need to have a good first few strides because they've been very disciplined about making sure the net front is covered. The two for a while they were on Drew Bannister, and I know for Chief and a couple different situations, the guys are running everywhere, right? The middle of the ice has never been vacated in the last 3 weeks. There is always a defenseman staying right there. The support down low in the D zone has come from the strong side defenseman and then usually a forward, even that strong side winger. But the weak side winger and the weak side defenseman, they're like just basically setting up shop in front of the net, and there's just nothing available. So for players like Tyler Tucker, you know, you don't need to overextend yourself. For older players like Ryan Suter, there's no need to exhaust yourself in the D zone. Just stay where the puck eventually is going to come, and that's right in the middle of the ice. The team cannot score unless they get the puck. They're not going to score from the corner, right? We all know that. So it's a really great structure where it really complements players like Ryan Suter, who certainly plays 1,500-plus games, and also young players in Tyler Tucker, who, like you said, is skating better, but he's not like a prolific skater just yet. He's not a prolific puck mover just yet. But they're all playing within their structure. They're playing within their comfort zone, and it's just clicking along really well. Tyler Tucker has taken a massive step this year, not only from the smoothest, like you said, but he has stepped up big. I mean, he had another fight there in Nashville. He has done nothing but fulfill a role that this Blues team has not had. Even with Robert Bortuzzo, keep in mind, Robert was older. I mean, we all know. I mean, Cam, you know this better than anyone. You know, fighting at that age is not easy. So I think that they needed a young, hungry fighter to come in there and teammates because the veteran guys were getting a little tired, including your captain, Braden Chen. So Tyler Tucker has done an incredible job stepping up when he's needed to. A huge goal last night. I think that the goaltender would like to have it back. Certainly it wasn't an amazing shot. But then remember, just after he scored that goal, don't forget, he gets the assist on the Dylan Holloway goal, but it wasn't just because he moved it to Kyrie or Dylan Holloway in the D zone. He blocked that shot. That was a point-blank opportunity for Vancouver to recapture the lead. Yep. He blocks the shot, shifts it to Holloway, and then all of a sudden those two guys just go flying up the ice, and they get the go-ahead goal. So he's doing incredible. He's confident. They love him in the locker room. He's got a heck of a personality. He's really starting to come out of his shell a lot more. So he's a beloved kid there, no doubt about it.
Joey Vitale, our guest every Friday. We love the energy from Joey. We love having not only one, but two St. Louisans who played in the NHL on today's program with Cam Jansen and Joey Vitale joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Joey, have a wonderful weekend, sir, and we appreciate your contribution week in and week out.
Love you, buddy.
Yeah, love you too, babe. Don't forget, Jackson, if you don't know, Cam was the official trailblazer. Even though we don't claim him in St. Louis, he was Eureka. Right. But he played for the Blues, and I'd say the kids now grow up. They worship Matthew Tkachuk, and they look at Luke Cunningham and Clayton Keller. But trust me when I tell you, it was Cam Jansen. Everyone wanted to be like number 22, who was flying up and down the ice, literally putting kids in the hospital at age 10 because we weren't even supposed to be hitting then. But of course, Cam didn't care about the rules. And but he was the guy that set the stage for all these young kids that are in the league right now. That hey man, you can come from Eureka or St. Louis or Kirkwood or Sunset Hills. You don't need to be born in Canada to make it to the big league.
And my parents are hillbillies too.
Hell yeah. Blue collar.
Yep, blue collar, baby.
Yeah.
Much like concrete.
Yes.
Jansen never
That's
says
right.
sorry.
That's right.
Blue collar, baby.
Blue collar.
Thanks,
That's my man.
Joey.
Thank you, Joey. Appreciate you, sir. There he is, Joey
There he is,
Vitale,
Joey
the great
Vitale
Joey Vitale. We're going to have Robert Thomas coming up on the other side of the commercial break. Looking forward to talking with number 18 himself. Before we get to that, we're going to talk about, Tim's going to talk about Schaefer Door Company.
Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the TMA podcast, and we are grateful for the support of Jason Gosrow and his team at Schaefer Door. Online at schaeferdoor.com. SCHAEFERDOOR.com. Schaeferdoor.com with one F. Top of that, Jason has set up a number for our listeners to call or text anytime they have an issue with their garage doors. That number is 636-782-3608. 636-782-3608. That's going to get you the quickest response time. Plus, they service all kinds of garage doors for both service and new installs. They service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. It's Schaefer Door. Online at schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer.
All right, that's Schaefer Door Company. Coming up on the other side of the break, Robert Thomas will join us talking about the big win last night against Vancouver. About Thomas on the other side commercial break. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. NCAA tournament action here tonight. Coverage will start right around 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN and go throughout the evening. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. Welcome back. You're listening to The Morning After here on 101 ESPN. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, it's our pleasure to welcome number 18 himself, Robert Thomas. Good morning, Robert.
How are you guys?
Good. Good, man. We got Cam Jansen in the building today filling in for Tim and Martin.
What's up, big dog?
What's happening?
Nothing, man. Like, do you just get up? Like, are you up? And I know you got a kid and all that, but do you just try to sleep in as much as possible? Like, what do you do on a day like this when you know you're tired? You had a long game last night. Like, what's your morning routine?
It's pretty chill, to be honest. I don't really sleep in too much anymore, so I'm usually up at 8:30. So pretty much just try to get to bed as early as possible last night and chill out before practice this afternoon.
How early is getting to bed early on a game day like that with all the emotion going on?
I usually try and get to bed by 12:30, so it's not too bad.
It's not bad.
That's got to be hard, though, when you're pumped up. You just had the highlight of your day, and what is it, 10 o'clock at night or later than that? You don't even get home till probably 11 or later. It's got to be hard to get to sleep.
Yeah, it is. I've been working on kind of that routine for a while now. Before it used to be 3 a.m. every time, so now I've kind of gotten it down to a little bit more of a science, and it's really important to try and get to bed early after games.
What do you mean by a science, though? Like, you counting sheep, or are you just like, is there meditation? Like, because there's a lot of people that can't sleep, man.
Breathing a little bit of what I eat after the game, and kind of right from when the game ends, you have a little bit of a process. Like colder showers and that kind of thing, and it just kind of helps me relax a little bit.
Yeah, and probably a lot of pressure knowing you're going to have to do a high-intensity interview like this one, too. That doesn't help.
Yeah, this one kept me up last night for sure.
I bet it did. Sorry.
Robert Thomas, our guest here on the program, TMA on 101 ESPN. Robert, how was the atmosphere in that building last night going to that? That felt like you had a real playoff kind of atmosphere last night?
Yeah, it was great. Obviously a crazy game, especially the third period. But it was an exciting game right from the get-go. Really close back and forth game. And obviously the third period, everyone got their money's worth, that's for sure.
I watched that Jake Neighbors, and he just is everywhere. He compliments you guys so well on that line. I mean, like, what do you have to say about him?
Yeah, he's a great player, and he's only getting better every year. He's heavy on the forecheck. He wins a lot of puck battles. He's great in the D zone. He's really trying to improve entering the zone, and he's done a great job of that. And he's been great on our line.
But the confidence level must be through the roof right now. You guys have played so well here for an extended period of time. Are you taking the ice now, feeling like no matter who you're playing, you're going to win?
Yeah, we've had that feeling for quite a bit, and even when the results don't come, we still have that feeling. And yeah, it's really nice, especially this time of year, to be so confident. But at the same time, we got to continue to be present and not kind of look ahead of ourselves or get a little bit complacent. We know the work that it takes every night, and we have a good system in place that we feel like we can win every night. And if you keep kind of chasing perfection, then you're going to be in a good spot.
Robert, you led the forwards last night with almost 22 minutes of ice time. You're 70 games into a season. Every game for the last couple weeks and here on out is essentially a playoff game. What do the legs feel like the day after a game when you're leading the team in ice time like that?
little sore, but that's where the going to bed early helps. I can't be staying up till 2, 3 in the morning, not being able to sleep, not going to be able to recover, especially, we pretty much play every other day with a couple back-to-backs in there for the rest of the year. So it's going to be hard on the body, but every day like this you got to, do the right things, whether it's eating, sleeping, that kind of stuff.
Are you paying attention to other teams and the standings, or are you just like, I don't care, I got to do my own thing and just rock and roll every other day?
Yeah, obviously you'd be lying if you say you don't look, whether it's scores or whatnot. But I think we're at a point now where we can control our own destiny, and that's exciting. Not to have to watch other teams and watch the scoreboard and pray that other teams win. So, we just focus on ourselves, and if we do that, then good things will happen.
Robert, we were thinking about this yesterday, kicking it around. Do the fellas, the boys, have a little bracket pool going right now, a little NCAA tournament action? I know you guys did fantasy football, but you get into the college hoops brackets?
Yeah, we do have a bracket going.
How'd you do after day one?
For me, fantastic. Usually my winner gets bounced in round one, so that happened last year. So I'm pumped to still have my Final Four in after day one.
Who'd you have in that Mizzou Drake game?
I had Mizzou.
I appreciate you. Even if they lost, you take the loss. I appreciate it. I'm glad you didn't switch sides on us, Robert.
I had a hometown, or I had them go in a couple rounds, so that one stung.
No, it's okay.
Hey, real quick, when the weather gets crazy in St. Louis when it's springtime, I was just curious, like, do some of the Canadian kids that aren't used to living in the Midwest, are they like, what the hell's going on around here? This is a nightmare.
When it goes hot and cold like it is the last week.
And then tornadoes come, and they're like, what? Tornadoes? what do you mean by that?
Yeah, definitely. Some people aren't. Well, once you're here for a couple of years, you get used to it, but a lot of the newcomers are like, what the hell is going on?
Oh, man, Robert Thomas, our guest every week. We appreciate you, Robert, and keep up the great work out there, man. It's just been awesome to watch. And, man, it's just been red hot, and I hope you guys keep it going and keep the push rolling. Thank you, Robert, for your time.
Keep doing your thing, dude.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Jackson leading the charge today. It was
what do you
nice.
say? Look at the kid. Heavy sweater today, Robert. Heavy sweater.
Yeah, it's got that C on, baby.
Yeah. Appreciate you, man.
See you, dude.
Had Robert Thomas with us.
I imagine if you come from somewhere where they don't have tornadoes and you actually get involved in one here, you must think it's the end of the world is coming.
Yeah, there's literally a monster coming. What do I do?
Especially Fridays last week. I know. Man, did it hit you guys?
We got hit about a mile away. Yeah. I did a little video on Insta Story where it was probably an EF0, EF1. It just touched down and knocked all these power lines down. No one had power. Windy. If that would have hit our house, we would have been okay.
Right.
But if it was an EF2 or 3, then you're in a jam. Like if you're not in a good spot in your house and you're sleeping, and you have windows all by your house, and an EF2 or 3 comes by and hits you directly or even indirectly, you will get sucked out of that window so fast your head will spin. So you got to be aware. I know your phone goes off and stuff like that. I don't know how people did it back in the 90s and the 80s when you didn't have all these alarms, and you're sleeping, and the thing comes in at 9:30 at night.
We still had things like television and radio.
Yeah, but a lot of people are aloof,
Sliced bread. What about way back?
I bet you if you did a poll and you talked to everybody, they were forced to know what was going on with the weather. There's a lot of people in this town that have no idea what's going on, and they pass out at 9 o'clock at night, and they're just like, what's happening?
What about way back in the Game of Thrones days when the tornadoes would come through? What did they face?
And the dragons?
Yeah, true. Dragon tornadoes. Think about that. Fire and brimstone and all that.
I think what would have been worse would have been hurricanes. Nowadays,
you get so much warning.
They get almost a week's warning that it's coming. Back then, you'd get, 30 seconds?
Yeah. I've kind of talked with my buddies who live down in Florida about that. They're like, hurricanes are certainly more devastating, but you do get,
you get a week, man.
You get,
everybody gets it.
Yeah,
Not just a house here and a house there.
Right. Everybody.
Yeah, if it's coming, it's coming. Yeah. But you do, from personal safety perspective, obviously the devastation in terms of property and destruction of whole areas is brutal.
Yeah.
But like a tornado can come out like just out of nowhere. Just out
A lot of hurricanes spawn tornadoes, though.
That's another thing. You're getting
Chicken and
double
egg.
whammy down in Florida.
See, Cam is a natural disaster aficionado.
Yes, I am.
Yeah,
Are you?
an enthusiast.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to give you a chance to clear. I don't know if this is true or not, but in the text inbox, Mr. Mudjack Mike says Cam is notoriously pro natural disaster.
I don't want people to die. I'm just curious on how everything comes about. How the tornadoes, like it's a recipe. Like you can't. Tornadoes just don't happen. There's so many different variables that have to go on. It's actually crazy.
It's very interesting.
It's very interesting. You got to have wind shear to this. This has to be perfect. That has to be
Pressure
perfect.
changes.
Pressure changes. You know. Now you have to have rotation.
Yeah.
So if you really put it all together, it's like that should never happen, and then it happens all the time. You're like, it's just really. I'm really curious on that. Earthquakes. We're gonna get rocked by an earthquake eventually too.
We're on
Down
that
in New
San
Madrid.
Andreas fault, right?
We're in New Madrid.
New
fault
Madrid
line,
fault?
Yeah. San Andreas is out in California.
Yeah, that was. I
They're
wish I
gonna
had
get
that
rocked,
put
too.
back.
I'm just imagining, Blues locker room and Cam is in there on the whiteboard explaining to all the Canadians about the tornadoes. He's got
I will
pressure
do that.
changes. He's got his sleeves rolled up like
Yes.
Templeton. Just
Did you see him the other day?
broadcasting from every inch of
I
that
love it.
studio.
Like, let's go. Like, he's sweating. Like,
Yeah.
ooh, let's go. He's
like-
saving lives,
He's
baby.
like Chamberlain going for 100 points in one game. He's
Yeah.
just cooking.
You think he just goes home and he's just feeling himself after a big broadcast like
he's
that?
exhausted.
Yeah.
They're up all night.
Yeah.
You know, they're all up all night. It's actually, I'd like to be involved in that. Like, people ask me, I just like to I know there's a big wave of storms coming. I like to hang out with Angela Huddy or whoever and just see what they do, what they go through, what kind of things are popping up on the radar, what do they have to do, what kind of information's popping up. I'd be curious. I'd be standing there all night and just roll the sleeves up with them. Like, let's go.
Yeah, lock in with him.
Can't do it with a sport coat on.
Can't
not do
Can't
it.
do. You got to take the sport coat off, baby.
No.
Did you happen to see the destruction in Joplin? Did you get down there after that tornado?
I didn't get down there, but I know everything about that tornado. That was on a Sunday, and they're lucky that was on a Sunday too. But that was rain wrapped, and that was an EF5.
Yeah.
That thing was so powerful. It would see that metal pole right there would wrap. It would have so much pressure. It would wrap that thing around just like you take a crumble of paper and just switch it up like this.
Yeah.
That's how powerful. It would dig up concrete. It would dig up this asphalt. That's how crazy powerful these tornadoes are. That's why it killed.
I was there
200
about a
people.
week after it happened. And you would have thought a nuclear bomb had
doubt.
landed on
'Cause
that
it did.
town. Yeah, pretty
Basically,
much.
exactly what happened.
I think I saw there's a new Netflix documentary on that just came out that I was wanting to check out.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, that was on a Sunday too, and people were at that school, and they sucked people out of the hospital. I mean, and it was rain wrapped, so you just see just a cloud, a wall of just black.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, where's that? Is it over there? Is it here? Well, no, it's everywhere because it was 2 miles wide.
Some people texting in. Jackson, I respect that you asked the question about the atmosphere in the rink last night, as you genuinely did not know because you didn't watch. That's from Longer Than Martin's onboarding process. And then someone also chiming in saying, how can Jackson in good conscience say it's been great to watch? We know he doesn't watch Blues games. Quit lying to the guests. That's dishonesty in me. That's from the 636. I am a known fraud. I think people know that
But
I'm
you see
a
the
fraud.
highlights and things.
Yeah, but I'm still a fraud. I'm absolutely a fraud.
You
Hey,
just don't like the game. You're not into it.
it's just not my thing.
You're not into it.
Yeah.
You didn't grow up into it. I didn't grow up into basketball, man.
It's just
My
different.
parents never got me into basketball. I never got into it.
Here's some, and this guy was watching my live stream last night. Some people like things, and some people don't like other things, and that's just
Makes
a
all
credo
the
for
sense
life.
in the world to me.
We're in the Mark Hanna 9 o'clock hour. It's Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, a real life Sherpa. Coming up on the other side of the break, we'll have Gabe DeArmond breaking down the end of the Missouri season from last night. That's presented to you by James Carlton. Before we get into that, though, it is Friday, and that means it's time for the drops of the week.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
What do you want me to be, Jackson? I just want to be me.
You mean to tell me that Jose Buto can't come on?
Gaping holes.
Do you think they could swing their seed much?
To need some elite seed.
I'm not going to say what I want to.
We're going to Wichita, man. This is fantastic.
So whoever's bleeding through, knock it off.
Martin, they're not happy with us now.
Hell yeah.
I was bored. My neck was hurting. So I said, I think I'm going to go sing somewhere.
You mean to tell me that Tyler McGill can't come on for he might be in Syracuse to start the year?
Look, we're going to get hot for you, Doug.
Go to hell.
That was Drops of the Week.
There it is.
That was good.
Drops of the week. That's Drops of the week. Coming up, we're going to have Gabe DeArmond at 9:30 here, just in a matter of moments. That's presented to you by James Carlton. And then at about 9:50, a little surprise here, Tim McKernan's going to call in.
Oh.
He was live in Wichita last night watching the Tigers take on the Bulldogs from Drake, so we'll get his perspective as well. And I'm sure plenty of people out there fired up to hear the Tim's going to be calling
you just
in.
made my day.
Callier and
I need to
Thompson
hear from
phone
him.
lines. This is the Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. We're going to be coming back on the other side of the break with Gabe DeArmond. This is the Morning After, and that is presented to you by Brian Crouppen here on 101 ESPN. Caw-caw. Hear that, Battlehawks fans? That's the sound of Battlehawks football returning to the Dome for the 2025 season. And Lee's famous recipe chicken wants you to be a part of it. That's why their new Battlehawks box will get you 4 of their famous hand-breaded chicken strips and an order of potato wedges. That's right, potato wedges, man. Big, thick piece of potato, delicious. And that all comes with a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawk tickets. With this deal, Battlehawk game tickets start at just $14. So get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's famous recipe chicken location. You get 2 dipping sauces. I like that Chipotle Ranch. I take a little bit of that chicken tender right in the Chipotle Ranch. Same with the potato wedge. It's delicious, and you're getting some very cheap Battlehawks tickets. You can get the Battlehawks box in store by ordering online on Lee's new super easy-to-use mobile app, where you can also earn points for free food and discounts. That's Lee's famous recipe chicken. Welcome back. Morning After. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen here on 101 ESPN. We are in the Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, and on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, presented to you by James Carlton, a man who was in Wichita last night. We have another guy who was in Wichita last night calling in after Gabe, but this is Gabe DeArmond of PowerMizzou.com. Gabe, tough scene last night. The season ends for the Tigers. What were your overall takeaways from the effort against Drake?
Not good.
Yeah.
You know, it was just ugly on all fronts. They allowed Drake to play exactly the game Drake wanted to play. And, part of me said, well, I was wrong about this game all week long because, hey, Drake did exactly what all the people who were picking Drake said Drake would do. But also, I said, the way they lose is to shoot less than 30% and play a C game or worse. And they did. I mean, if Missouri plays Missouri played 8 minutes of that game, and they were within 1 point and had every opportunity to win. That's how big the talent gap was. I think the most frustrating part for Missouri fans should be that Drake did not put them away. Drake missed tons of free throws. Drake had tons of turnovers. Drake gave them every chance to win that game. And Missouri panicked in the last 4 minutes and didn't.
You have to wonder what happened to Mizzou exactly. Just a month ago, they win that game in Alabama, score 110 points, and we're thinking this is a team that, who knows, maybe they go all the way, maybe this is the year, and just fell apart after that. What happened?
Well, I think two things. Caleb Grill stopped making shots.
Yeah.
He was 24 for 86 in the last 10 games.
Is that right?
That is
jeez.
Yeah, that's 27%. So he went from the best three-point shooter in the country to a significantly below average shooter. And last night, it wasn't these wild, off-balance, guarded threes. They were wide open looks, he missed them. Yeah. Marquez Warwick had a wide open look from the wing at 54-51 that would have tied the game. You have to take that shot, and it missed. So that's part of it. The other part is, the defense was bad. Wasn't good all year, but this team isn't ever going to be lockdown defense, but it got so much worse. And I thought last night, the defense for the most part, especially in the first half, it was good enough. They were doing what they wanted to do. They were causing turnovers. Drake, most teams would have been up 20 on Missouri at halftime, and Drake wasn't because that's not their game. But then in the second half, there was in 8 minutes, the first 8 minutes of the second half, Drake was running a dunk line, and those minutes are those minutes in the last four. It's easy to say, well, they just dug themselves too big a hole in the first half, but they didn't. That wasn't it. What beat them was the first 8 minutes of the second half and the last four.
Is there anything that Dennis Gates could have done? Are you watching that game and you're like, change this? Were you yelling at the court? Is there something that he could have done specifically throughout that game to slow them down a bit?
Yeah, I don't really Gates deserves plenty of blame for last night because there were a lot of parts of that game that you can point to, but the players do too. He didn't miss the open looks. He didn't. Ant Robinson was 0 for 2 from the line to start. Mark Mitchell missed a big free throw. You can't force Tamar Bates to be aggressive, as we've seen. It happened in the SEC tournament. You thought, oh, good, it's going to happen. And then for the first 30 minutes of that game, you kind of forgot Tamar was on the floor. I don't think he told him not to be. But are there things he could have done? Sure. And the frustrating part, I think, is that you don't ever really get any explanation for it. I asked after the game, what was the offensive plan going in and what did Drake do to take it away? And Grill and Bates gave me, somewhat of an answer, and Dennis Gates just didn't because he doesn't.
Gabe DeArmond, our guest here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, talking over on the heels of Missouri's season-ending loss to the Drake Bulldogs. Gabe, when Mizzou fans look back on this season, what do you think that's their overall feel of it's going to be? Is it going to be a season that, end in disappointment and it was, you left something out there, or kind of a surprise? Where do you think people are at now 3 years into the Dennis Gates experience?
No, I think you really left something on the table. Like Doug said, after the Alabama game, look at what we were saying. And this team won enough games against enough good teams that, it wasn't unfair to be saying, hey, this is a second weekend team. This team, if it gets the right matchups, can go to the Final Four. And they fell apart. I mean, they lost 6 of their last 8. And ultimately, do I know why? Not really. Other than shots just stopped going in. That's up to Dennis Gates to figure out. I think, and I said this last night, the one thing I refuse to do is to make this season out to be better than it was because they were so bad last year. That was his fault too. He was the coach then. It's kind of like winning the most improved award, which I did my second year in youth swimming. Well, the reason I wanted to
nice going. Congrats.
I was embarrassingly awful my first year. So I got to a little above average, and that was so much better than I'd been in the first year that they felt like they should give me an award for it. That was Missouri this year. It was like a B season, maybe a B minus, because the end was so, college basketball is the final counts for 60% of your grade, and Missouri got a 0 on the final basically.
Gabe, I think I heard it brought up on your post-game show last night, but is there something to that Vanderbilt loss kind of deflating the team and kind of taking some of that mojo away?
In retrospect, maybe. I think the Vanderbilt loss kind of beat them again at Oklahoma, and the Oklahoma loss was pretty costly. I think maybe just the way it happened, the last 40 seconds in overtime of that game, it could have knocked them down to the point they never really recovered. Again, we won't ever really know that, I don't think, unless one of the players, takes to social media and pours his heart out or something. It's possible.
Yeah. In the old days, you could look at the roster and say, who's a senior, who we lose this guy, we lose that guy, but all that's out the door now, right? You never know what the next year's team's going to look like.
Well, and that's the hard part about it. There's no team building anymore. He came in and took over an awful situation and won 25 games. Then he turned that into 0, and then he turned that back into 22. I don't know what next year will be. Maybe they'll win 40. Maybe they'll win 6. So I don't even know who's going to be on the team.
Right, and I think that when you're looking at this roster and who's left on the team, obviously Jacob Cruz kind of said that he's probably going to be back next year. You got some other underclassmen. What do you think is the biggest need, or some of the biggest needs, that Gates will target in the transfer portal?
They need 2 shooters, and they need a big man that's some sort of offensive threat to play next to Mark Mitchell and take some pressure off Mark.
Yeah.
Because Mark last night had the same problem he's had all year. He's not a 5, he's a 4, and his skill is ball handling and taking guys off the dribble that can't guard him, but he has trouble finishing. If he doesn't get to the free throw line, a lot of times he doesn't score because he just struggles to finish around the rim when it's contested.
Yeah. And I think watching last night, one of the most glaring things was if you had an offensive, a big man with real offensive skill down low, how much of a difference that would have made in the game last night. Would have made in a game last night where you could get it down low to him, make him a threat, and then that's how you open up lanes for shooters. Josh Gray just isn't that. He's a great rebounder, but he just isn't a big man with offensive skill.
Yeah, and I was surprised we didn't see more of Gray last night. But, Drew King said he thought maybe Gray was a little injured.
Yeah,
I don't know. We didn't ask about it after the game because, honestly, there were just more important things. And, again, we're not going to get told the truth anyway, so why ask? But, that's possible.
Yeah. Which swimming stroke was it that you showed so much improvement on?
What's that?
What was the swimming stroke that you showed so much improvement on? Backstroke, butterfly?
Yeah, I was a butterflyer and a backstroke.
That's tough. Butterfly's tough.
Whole body.
Yeah.
Good pec work.
You had a rough rookie year, but that's okay. Sounds like you bounced back.
I used to be in good shape, actually. Not anymore, but yeah, I used to swim a lot. Was in good shape.
Were you lucky enough down in Wichita to get to run into Tim McKernan? I know that was in talks. Did you guys cross paths down there?
No, I texted with them a little bit, but by the time they got to the arena, I was, trying to work. I looked for him briefly, but did not see him. Our plan was to meet up for lunch today. That is no longer our plan because I will be somewhere on I-35 at lunchtime.
No, you're getting out of there, aren't you? You're bailing out.
Yeah. Gabe DeArmond, every Friday, every Monday. Gabe, we appreciate your tireless work covering these Tigers, both football, basketball, and everything else, and your contributions to this program. And bad taste in our mouth, but we always appreciate talking to you, Gabe, and you always do a great job giving us the insights, both here and at PowerMizzou.com. Gabe, thank you for your time,
Gabe.
sir.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Yeah.
See you, buddy.
Dave DeArmond, our guest. Here, that's presented to you by James Carlton. Speaking of James Carlton, Tim McKernan, aforementioned, has something to tell us about the great James Carlton.
Okay.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency has 415 five-star reviews on Google Reviews. People rave about the service that James and his team provide. And you're talking about not going to a restaurant or some kind of resort. You're talking about an insurance agency, and you go, man, why are people that excited? Well, because they're not used to this level of service. That is how James has built his business. The first time I met him, he wanted me to come by the office. And the reason he wanted me to come by the office was we wanted to see how many people were working there. And why was that important? Because he wanted me to be able to tell the audience that when you call there during business hours, you know you're going to talk to a live person right in Webster Groves who is going to be able to tend to your issue immediately, as opposed to you emailing your insurance agent and maybe they get back to you in a couple days when they have the time. That is not the way it works at James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Plus, there's a good chance your insurance has gone up year over year, and there's a better chance that James and his team can save you money. One phone call, you have nothing to lose. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm.
That's James Carlton, who presents Gabe every Monday and Friday. All the madness of March is here, and you can hang out with Brandon Kiley, Alex Ferrario, and Jamie Rivers this Saturday at Max Downtown in Alton, Illinois for a Circus Sports Illinois watch party. Come enjoy some great food, cold drinks, prize giveaways, and nonstop basketball action. Plus, download the Circus Sports Illinois app and get in on the games while watching it all unfold live. It's all happening this Saturday from 6 to 8 p.m. with BK, Alex, and Rivs at Max Downtown in Alton, Illinois with Circus Sports. Get more details at 101ESPN.com. All right, 9:44 in St. Louis. That time check's brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Fellas, Tim McKernan's going to join us on the other side of commercial break. He was in Wichita last night at the game, so he'll give us his thoughts. And, it's always good to talk to Tim. Cam Jansen filling in for Tim and Martin today, and we appreciate him fighting through it, baby, bringing us the heat, bringing us that energy, setting the tone. KG also up here on the day is doing great work. Me and Doug, we're just grinders, muckers and
muckers and grinders.
A lot of sandpaper. What we do.
Yeah.
Band-Aids.
I'm kind of a tuck pointer.
Right. Sadness, heartache, be damned. Yeah. We don't care. That's what we do.
Let's go.
And we don't complain about it either. Where's our admiration? All right. That's going to be on the other side of the break. Tim will join us. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brian Crouppen right here on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. Sorry, I got a couple of different things cooking here. I'm calling folks. I'm playing returns. Just trying to get my head on straight here.
Cook it up, baby.
We're back. This is the Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, still in the Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. And I was just talking with Tim on the phone here during the break, but we're gonna bring the convo on live. Tim, you're on with Cam Jansen.
What's up?
Hi, Cam. What's up, Cam?
Nothing, man. Just hanging out, sitting in your seat, keeping it warm. Curious on what you did last night after the game in lovely Wichita. Did you do anything?
I would imagine you've done some Wichitaing in your day.
Well, that's the place to go. All the hockey players, once they get the 2-week break for the Olympics and whatnot, they go to Wichita and hang out, especially the single guys.
I kind of absolutely. I am literally, as we speak, I'm just pulling out of the hotel parking lot. So I have about, what would you say, 6.5 hours on the road in front of me in my depression. So it's. I think I am winning.
Well, it's Lisa's beautiful scenery on the way home.
Yeah, gorgeous area.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. Hey, Doug, I've got more questions for you guys, but I will take questions. I know, Doug, you're not taking any questions.
No, not right now. I'm not.
But as we were driving from Kansas City to Wichita, which is beautiful, there was at a moment, and my wife, who was with me, and my older son, who was with me, and enjoying the program, there was what looked like a tornado, but the skies were blue, and I gather that we were witnessing one of those dust storms. And you, having grown up in El Dorado, Kansas, where my son had to take an emergency piss yesterday.
Oh, really?
Been there.
Yeah. Was that something that was commonplace?
I didn't grow up there. I was 2 years old when we moved from El Dorado to St. Louis.
Yeah, but what are your memories of your first 2 years of your life and the dust storms that you saw in the first 2 years of your life?
I was saying earlier to somebody, the first memory I ever had in my life, and usually you don't remember anything when you're this young, but I was 2 years old in the front yard of our house, and my mother came running outside in absolute hysterics, rounding everybody up to get them to go in the basement because a tornado was coming down our street. And it leveled a lot of houses, leveled a grade school, killed many people in the town.
But that's what you remember?
That's my first memory as a human being.
Who's that actor that said that he remembers being in the womb that went on Joe Rogan? Terrence
Malick?
Terrence Howard?
Terrence Howard.
Terrence Trent D'Arby. That's right.
Yeah.
He got chirped for that quite a bit.
Oh, yeah, but I don't know of any tornadoes when the skies are blue and otherwise sunny and fine.
Really? Well, it wasn't like a tornado. It was just like a dust storm. It was
oh, yeah.
I've been sending a dust storm. So I've been sending Jackson a picture. Did he show you guys the picture? We were downstairs. I hope it doesn't come off as a humble brag. Free continental breakfast this morning.
Oh,
waffle maker.
Yeah, I hope that's not unrelatable.
Yeah.
And there was a gentleman who I absolutely recognize, and what I like to do is when I find a guy attractive is take pictures of him, so he can't see that I'm taking pictures of him, and then I send him to Jackson, acting like, do you recognize this guy? But really, I just want to see if he thinks he's cute too. But I'm telling you, I think this guy, I can't. Is he showing you the picture?
I'm showing it to Kurt right
I'm
now.
taking a look at it.
Show it to Doug if you could.
In terms of, I'm sorry, what was the question?
Who is the guy?
Who's the guy?
Number one, is he cute? And number two, who is that?
He's probably a Wichita 9.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Maybe a St. Louis 7.
Yeah,
but I don't recognize the gentleman.
Here, hand it to Doug if you would.
Here you go, Doug.
Let's see who
Doug,
this is.
if you recognize it.
I don't recognize him at all. Boy, he is a cutie.
Cameron?
Don't know who it is.
He played for the Cowboys.
Cam, to answer your first question, that's what I did last night. I walked around Wichita by myself, drinking scotch, taking pictures of guys, and sending them to Jackson.
Looks like the guy that got arrested to play for the Cowboys back in the day.
Nate Newton?
No, Pac-Man Jones, baby.
Like at a script club.
That's Pac-Man Jones.
I'm telling you, there's somebody. Can I ask questions, Doug? Again, I already asked you one with the
Doug isn't. I'm taking Cam is, and I think Kurt is as well.
Yikes.
All right. I haven't talked with Jackson since the game. Guys, 0.3 of a mile. I got to take a left on Kellogg Drive. Now down to 0.2 of a mile.
That's a big street. That's one of the main thoroughfares in Wichita.
Main drag.
Yeah, Kellogg and Douglas.
That's where I'm headed right now. How was the live stream?
Live stream.
I tried to join you, as you know, at halftime, and I thought I was going to be able to. And I actually told my wife and son, I said, "Hey, I got to go do the live stream," but I couldn't connect in the building.
Yeah, Gabe was actually tweeting about the media room had no Wi-Fi for an hour, and all hell was breaking loose there at the arena there. So, yeah, the connection, I can understand that. The live stream went real well, I would say, like in terms of, I mean, I think at its peak it had like 470 people on there at the same time. And it was
that probably in the second half as the game was coming to a close?
You can imagine that the more likely that Missouri loss was going to be the outcome, the more the viewership racked up, and. As did the Schadenfreude and some of the comments. But truly, like, I would say 95% of the comments were rooting hard for Missouri, giving me updates on the Blues game, which of course was welcomed. But then there was some people, I think one of the comments was like, "Are you really going to cry, you loser?" And why could this possibly mean so much to you? And like, just, it was so I got plenty of that, and it was earned. Like I said, I talk a lot of smack, but for the most part, it was really good. It was only tough when I had to use the bathroom because my toilet is so close to my living room, and so people were like, "Oh, great stream," and I thought they were talking about my live stream, but they were talking about my urine.
Oh, gosh.
And you had an unfortunate.
You have a good stream. You have that 27-year-old stream.
Oh yeah,
and that usually can be forceful.
Oh yeah, exit velo. As good as it's ever going to get.
Tim, I was watching him live last night too, and he looked downtrodden.
Crestfallen.
It was bad. The lighting too. It just it was so depressing.
And there was an unfortunate hand washing situation after one of the bathroom breaks.
In what way?
Did you not wash your hands and then you realized what you did and decided to go back and wash them?
Because you're getting jerked? No.
Well, I wanted to get back quickly because I thought to myself, if I'm a viewer out there, and I see for 2 minutes that there's no one on the live stream, it's just like an empty couch. I'm like, well, I'm getting out of here. So I hustled back. And then I realized, I need to go back and wash my hands. So I checked in with the people, made sure everyone was okay, and then went back and washed my hands.
No. Okay, Tim, we're getting some text that you need to turn your blinker off.
It's a long term.
I don't have a blinker on.
Okay.
I don't have a blinker on.
Oh, well.
How was the...
I do have a plug-in.
Right.
I can see that.
Right. Well, as you drive, it's not, it's I-70, the Deeb's way. How was the energy in the building last night?
Well, at the start of the game, the weird deal, because I don't know if it was late, because I had spent 6.5 hours in the car, left St. Louis at approximately 10, and got to the greater Wichita area at approximately 4:30, checked in the hotel, and saw Gonzaga was beating the hell out of Georgia, which then goes back to Jackson, the Spread Zone podcast, where I picked Missouri to win the national championship. And just give me a couple minutes. I still have a scenario in which that can happen. In the Spread Zone podcast, Riz made the observation that the 10th best odds to win the national championship was the 8th seed Gonzaga.
Yeah.
And that just was. Mathematically that should be a 3 seed.
Right.
Maybe a 2 seed that got overseeded, but there's an 8 seed, and there they are beating the hell out of Georgia, so I'll be anxious to see what happens with that tomorrow when they play Houston. But the game ended late, and I'm talking around 6:15 local time, and so there was a huge line outside of the building to get in. And so by the time we got in, I think probably half the fans were still not in the building. So at the outset, it was maybe 40% full. But then as the game progressed, you have the Texas Tech fans, a lot of them. Texas Tech, Lubbock, I think, is about the same distance from Wichita as St. Louis is, maybe a little further, but about the same, I think 7.5 hours. And so it filled up, and that's when Missouri made that 10-0 run, and that's when the building had real energy. Otherwise, it was pretty much all Drake the whole time. And so, you have a relatively empty building and Drake fans and Missouri looking as bad as they did. So, it was not your typical NCAA tournament game. And the best way I can draw an analogy for an NCAA tournament game, if you do have two fan bases there, I don't know what the Wilmington situation was. I can't imagine that was too loud when they played Texas Tech. But if you do have fan bases that are well represented, so for example, if Kentucky and Tennessee were to play each other, it'll be like a bragging rights game, except with even higher intensity because the outcome is do or die.
Right.
That's what a great NCAA tournament atmosphere is like. That's not what this was like until Missouri made its run. And we were sitting amidst more Drake fans than Missouri fans, and you could tell they were like, all right, we knew that this was kind of a, for lack of a better term, I'll use a poker term that'll resonate with a very small sliver of the audience. When you're running good, when you're hitting cards that, you're mathematically not normally going to hit, that's what Drake was doing with some of the, just kind of miracle shots. And they knew that might be coming to an end, and now the order has been restored. And so they were just heads and hands and going, oh, God, we're going to blow this huge lead. Meanwhile, the Missouri fans are all charged up. And so you have this incredible atmosphere for, a very brief amount of time. I mean, because it was only, a handful of minutes where you had that, and then they took off. To their credit, they responded. Missouri did not, and it was sweat-free until the end.
Yeah. After witnessing that debacle, is your son still a basketball fan, or is he going to move on to cricket or soccer or something like that?
So, and I'm alarmed as I look in the back seat because for the entirety of the trip, he was watching films. I think you'll be really happy to hear what the first movie he watched on the way from St. Louis to Wichita was. Jameson, can I confirm it was Miracle? Yeah. He watched Miracle to start the trip on the iPad. He watched Hoosiers, right?
Oh, yeah.
Happy Gilmore. And then after watching Hoosiers on my iPad, he got to actually see it in person last night in Wichita because I believe that they were running essentially Norman Dale's offense.
Yeah. Like 4 or 5 passes to pick a fence. Don't get caught
was he yelling at Dennis Gates at all? Oh, really? You there?
Hello. We've lost him.
Oh, my gosh.
We've lost him.
It was a question.
Okay.
Hold on.
We're out of range now.
Where do you think he's at right now?
Probably out in the middle
of nowhere.
Wheat fields already.
Nothing around.
I'm going to call him back. Doug, in the meantime, we talk about lawns. It's about lawn season. Can you tell us about green envy?
Well, they're the people that are going to make your lawn look like a golf course.
Oh, yeah.
It takes a little extra work. You can't just say, oh, well, here comes some rain. The lawn will be okay. No, you're going to get crabgrass if you do that. You're going to get lots of crabgrass. With all the rain we get in the spring, your yard will likely explode when the temperatures warm up, so now's the time to get ahead of it with Green Envy. They'll come on out to your lawn like they have for mine for a couple years now and get it looking like a golf course fairway. Green Envy uses products that are formulated for our local soil, weather conditions, and turf types. No national, generic, cheap, ineffective products are used. Their service pros are commercially licensed applicators, as certified by the Missouri Department of Agriculture. That ensures you have a trained professional on your property. No part-timers, no high school kids applying who knows what to your lawn. You don't need that. Their programs have no hidden fees and no contract. Like I said, I've had Green Envy to my home for a couple years now. They do outstanding work. They're open Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, to take your calls and answer your questions. Their phone number, if you can remember this, 636-655-3689. You didn't write it down. You're going to have to. Here it is again. 636-655-3689. That's the number for Green Envy, and their website is greenenvylawns.com.
All right, we got Tim back on the phone lines, the Calgary and Thompson phone line. Sorry about that, Tim. We got a little disconnection issue there. But Cam also...
Yeah, I would imagine that was probably on my end as I'm driving through the Kansas area. So we're probably going to have that happen. I apologize, boys. What were you saying, Jackson, about Cam?
No, I did. I was asking a question. Did you or your son, during the game, yell at Dennis Gates to change up the game plan?
So I think Anna Marie, who is enjoying the program as well here in the front seat with me, I think she would agree that I am of the three of us at the game, the more calm one. Would you agree? Okay, she would agree. That's been confirmed. And, she's going, what's going on? I go, well, that's kind of the deal with college basketball. you play 30 some odd games, and then your season is determined by 40 minutes, and so it's got a great deal of variance. And so, from a Missouri standpoint, I'm curious, and I obviously I'm driving, and so I haven't had a chance to read or listen to what people are saying yet. But what stood out to me, and I'm curious if you guys have been discussing this, is Missouri's one clear advantage, and you can see it both. I'm sure it was on television and also when we were in the building, that the size was their advantage. And so what was really surprising to me is that they didn't try to capitalize on that and get the ball inside. And I realize getting the ball inside to Gray is not necessarily the wisest move and something that they, avoided. I feel like he did touch it inside one time and immediately turned it over. Right. But Mitchell, I just, for the life of me, I felt like they finally started to do it 18 minutes into the first half. And then in the second half, it looked like there was a conscious effort out of the half to make sure he got touches and work the ball inside. And then they got away from it again. And I just, for the life of me, I really don't understand that because that's where you had an advantage. And instead, there was one possession, and I would imagine plenty of people watching the game will remember it. And I don't know if it was talked about on the broadcast because, again, we were there. But where Perkins was just dribbling around, there literally was no movement on the Missouri offense. And then he just, after 15 seconds of dribbling it around, I think it was it had to be because they were coming towards us, and they were coming towards us in the first half. 5 minutes left approximately in the first half, and then he just dribbles it in, which is what the guards did throughout, and then just threw up a shot where I guess they were hoping to get a call for a foul and turn the ball over. And getting beat when a team, because going to the Drake side of things, I'm sure plenty of Drake fans would go, yeah, I mean, that was just, we were throwing up crap and it was going in, and that's, unlikely. That's not a sustainable business model. But, at the same time, Missouri has to wear some of that as well. You have to credit Drake's defense, in particular Sturts on Grill. I was watching that. My God, that was something to watch. So you have to credit Drake's defense. But Drake also just was hitting some random shots, the running three-pointer ball. They're falling down. They're throwing it up. It goes in. I mean, the Drake fans were kind of like laughing, like this is just ridiculous. But that's on their end. On Missouri's end, from a game plan standpoint, for the life of me, I don't know how the focal point isn't to make sure you're getting the ball inside and utilizing one clear advantage that you have. So, Cam, speaking to your question, yeah, I was thinking that as I was watching it. We were talking about it as we were watching it. It seemed like late in the first half, and then to start the second half, that was the plan. But then they got away from it, and that is incredibly disappointing.
Yeah, I would. I echo your sentiment on that was the advantage was height, but and you hit on it too. Like Josh Gray down low is not a threat. He's a great rebounder, but he's not a threat. And then starting Mark Mitchell. I mean, there was a couple of times where they tried backing down a defender from about 20 feet out. That's never his game. That's not what he does. He's great when he catches it on the run and can go 1-2 step up to the rack and finish. And I was talking about it earlier, Tim, to your point with the Perkins thing. The last month or so, they go up to the basket hoping to get fouled as opposed to hoping to make the basket and then maybe also get fouled. Like they go up with it seems, intent to get fouled, and I just don't think that's a sustainable offense.
And that's what it was in the first half. And what I think Sturts picked up the first foul of the game, like 14 seconds in.
On Robinson.
And then to his credit, didn't pick up another one. I mean, there were opportunities there because Drake was getting into some foul trouble. Mm-hmm. And I just that is really disappointing. And from a big picture standpoint, I know that's probably not where most people are. I mean, you'll have your portion of any fan base because you're going to have 67 fan bases calling for the head of their coach. Not 67, but you'll probably have about 30. Because if and when Drake loses tomorrow or if and when Drake loses next week against St. John's or Arkansas, I think more fans for Drake will be like, oh, my God, are we going to lose McCollum? And understandably so, because what a great job he does. But most fans are going to be blaming their head coach. That's just standard. That's the way that it works. But specific to this, for Dennis Gates, he's now had 3 NCAA tournament games, Utah State, Princeton, and Drake. He's been a substantial favorite in all three, and he's 1-2. And last night, a 10-point loss, where, candidly, guys, I mean, one of the reasons Missouri was still in there, you have to credit them for battling back with the 10-0 run, but very oddly, similar to Missouri shooting 25% from three and as poor as they did with 2-point baskets inside the paint, which is really inexplicable because I think Drake, I'm driving, but I think Drake is 304th 2-point field goal percentage, and yet Missouri's was dreadful last night. But Drake also just missed free throws left and right. If Missouri would have lost that game and had the free throw percentage that Drake had, we would have said, boy, Missouri blew it at the free throw line. I assure you, if Drake lost that game, their fans would have been going, holy crap, it was there for us, and we didn't hit free throws. I couldn't believe it, how much they struggled at the free throw line, which really allowed Missouri to stay in the game. On the other side of it, Missouri, I don't have the stats in front of me, but I think Missouri for them, I mean, God, Josh Gray hit back-to-back free throws. That would have paid like 10-1.
Yeah, 88%.
Yeah, oh my God. Yeah. Missouri's struggles were 2-point field goals, and it was just really, really alarming. And Missouri missed a bunch of open looks within 5 feet of the basket. Part of that has to be you have to give credit to Drake's defense down there, but also that's just uncharacteristic, and that's gonna sweat for a while. And if you look at Dennis Gates, this will carry over. People still talk about Princeton 2 years later. And now this team, I think everybody would agree, was a better team than the 2023 team. But the way that it finished the season and the game plan in particular is the thing that is going to stand out to me. Because that, as I was watching the game, the way you lose in the NCAA tournament most of the time, if you are a quote-unquote better or more athletic, more talented, whatever term you want to throw around, is if a team like Drake just gets hot and throws up shots and their fan base is going, oh, my God, I can't believe this is happening, which is what we were witnessing when we were in the arena last night. And that's going to happen. But Missouri compounded it by not having a game plan to take advantage of that athleticism, to take advantage of that talent. And throwing up threes and hoping is not a business model, and that became Missouri's business model in addition to, okay, we're just going to send guards in and hope the officials call a foul and they're going to throw up crap.
Yeah.
And that doesn't work.
Yeah, no, you're spot on there, and it's very unfortunate. But glad your son got to witness his first NCAA tournament game. It's always, I'm sure that was a good time. And
put on Slapshot for him for the rest of the ride home. He's ready for it.
Yeah, that's actually, is that approved?
Yes. How old is he?
Because he is 7, Cam.
Oh, yeah, he's fine.
He wants you to know he's 7.5. I guess he's still at that age where you count the half. And
that's right.
Kind of like me when people ask my height and I say 5'5.5".
Yeah,
yes.
Good short change.
Full decimal points.
Cam, are you taking questions?
Yeah, man, what's up?
Is not taking. I mean, I was monitoring the Blues score while I was at the game last night. We haven't had a chance to talk about it. I mean, what the hell is going on? This is incredible what's going on. And I'm super fired up that we get at least a sweat here down the stretch, because a month ago, just like, okay, crap, are they going to make trades and sell at the deadline? And now it's like, I listen to the Curbside podcast. I hear you and Kerber talking, you and Joey talking. I mean, this is a different operation. This isn't just like sneak into the playoffs. This might be get into the playoffs and do some damage. This is a whole different concept.
Yeah, like if I'm Winnipeg right now, you're looking at it like, oh boy, they don't want to face the Blues. I don't think anybody really does right now. When a team's rocking like they are, like I've been on teams that just everybody's doing everything right. And, you're not even practicing anymore. You just have it in the back of your head. You're just going out there and you're playing, and then you play again, and then you play again. Like you really don't. You regroup and you play. Like there's no practice time. So everybody has the same mindset, and they are playing like a playoff team. They're doing everything right when it comes to, offense, to the neutral zone, to defense. Our defense are so deep. Tyler Tucker's playing great. You got Cam Fowler, who no one was really talking about when he's in Anaheim. Wasn't putting up any points. Army gets him. Yeah. Everybody's like, oh, cool, Cam Fowler. Don't know much about him. Then he comes over here, and he's playing 26 minutes a night, and he doesn't make mistakes. You're missing Colton Parayko. The goaltending's been great. They are fun to watch right now. And everybody in NHL is looking at this team like, what is going on? Monty's got them rocking and rolling, Timmy. He really, really does. That 2-week break really helped, not just the players getting healthy, but for Monty to finally be able to settle down, get his coaching staff together, and work on different things. What do you got? What's working? What's not working? We got a little bit of time to kind of regroup and fix a couple things, and they did. And they came out like a bat out of hell 3 weeks ago, and they have not slowed down at all. It's crazy.
Yeah. I'm curious your perspective, because I think it was either 2 or 3 weeks ago today that we got that Parayko news.
Oh.
And when I heard that, I think I was listening to the Fast Lane, and I think I heard Montgomery come on with the boys in the Fast Lane. My immediate reaction, and I'm curious what yours was, I'm like, man, that sucks because they were playing well, and I would have loved to have seen what they could have done if they would have had him healthy. And in my mind, I'm like, well, they're done. And instead, I think they've lost 2 games in regulation. I think that's what it is, or maybe just 1. I know the Pittsburgh game, I don't remember what the chronology was with the Stars thing. Stars thing might have been before that. And even in the Stars game, they outplayed them 5-on-5. It was the PK, and then the Pittsburgh thing, they just weren't able to capitalize outside of outplaying them. But when you heard that news and you know the game and you're around the team, were you thinking deep down internally like, oh, this sucks, there's no way they can recover from that? Or were you thinking, well, maybe there's a chance? What were you thinking when that happened?
I thought it was fake at first. Kate and I were having a couple of cocktails right by the pier in California, and we're just looking at my phone, and we're just chilling. The wind's blowing. We're like, what's up? Everybody's in a good mood. And I look at that. I'm like, nah, that's fake. Then I kept scrolling. I'm like, nope, it's real. And I'm thinking, okay, fine. No, it was devastating, and all the Blues fans are going nuts too. And it's just, and rightfully so, because Colton Parayko has just been a workhorse. He's got 15 goals, doesn't get off the ice, penalty kills, special teams. I mean, he's there. So I looked at that. I'm like, okay, how are they going to react the next game? And that was against Anaheim. And they went out there, and they went toe-to-toe with Anaheim. They beat them, and they didn't slow down at all, and they kept that confidence, and they just kept rocking and rolling ever since then. But, again, you got Cam Fowler. You got Nick Leddy, who's actually healthy now. I mean, sometimes you forget how great of a skater Nick Leddy is. Like, he doesn't get burned. He's so quick. He's smart with the puck. You got so many guys that are healthy and have so much experience. So when a Colton Parayko gets knocked out of the lineup, now all these other guys that are used to playing 22 minutes get back up to playing 22 minutes again, and they play even better because they're getting that extra ice time and they find their groove. So the Blues are in a really good spot. The fans here in St. Louis are going crazy. I don't see them slowing down. You got some weak teams coming in here that you got to beat. You got Nashville. You got Chicago, where Connor Bedard's getting 10-minute misconducts for no reason. He's in shambles right now. You got to beat these teams. The boys are playing good hockey, man. It's actually really, really fun to watch.
Tim, you might be surprised to hear, but I've shepherded us to poor time management once again. And
oh, no. And here I am. I'm in Wichita, wherever the hell. Doug, I think I'm actually closer to El Dorado now.
Oh, are you really?
I'm still negatively affecting the clock, even when I'm not in the studio. It's an amazing thing.
It's on me.
Don't you ever say that.
You got 5 breaks?
Yeah. I've put us up against it. It's on me. It's on me. It's on me. But hey, we're gonna get it done. But appreciate you calling in, Tim, and glad that your son got to see his first tournament game, which would have gone better, obviously. But glad I got to experience that with you and the fam. And drive back safe, my man.
Drive safe, baby.
All right, boys. Good talking with you. Take it easy.
Take it easy, Tim. See you on Monday. See ya. All right. All right, fellas. We're going to take a commercial break because we're due for one, and I'll be coming back with more of the Morning After right here on 101 ESPN.
Yeah.
Martin Kilcoyne for my friends at Mid-America St. Louis Airport. If you're looking to get away, a lot of times it's a warm weather destination that could be in the middle of the winter, middle of the spring, maybe even a summer trip. Well, you're in luck. Mid-America St. Louis Airport gets you to Florida. 7 different destinations. They also go to Hilton Head. They go to Las Vegas, and you can get flights that are very inexpensive. And then when you go to Mid-America St. Louis Airport, it's also convenient. You park, walk in, go through security. Typically, from parking to the gate, it's about 15 minutes. Think about that. So many hassles these days when it comes to air travel. Eliminate all of that by going online to flymidamerica.com. MidAmerica.com. There are great savings for veterans as well. Parking less than $10 a day. Convenience, less hassle. Great deals from Allegiant. Going to warm destinations, Fort Myers, Fort Lauderdale. Going to Destin with the family. You can drive 12 or 13 hours, or you can be there in an hour and 15 minutes. All of it. One spot. Get online. Book that trip. FlyMidAmerica.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues win last night over Vancouver. Off today, back in action tomorrow afternoon, taking on the Chicago Blackhawks right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 1 p.m., puck drop at 2 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me? Welcome back. You're listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen right here on 101 ESPN. We were joined today by Joey Vitale, Robert Thomas, Gabe DeArmond of PowerMizzou.com, and just in that last segment, you heard Tim McKernan calling in on his drive home from Wichita. If you missed any of that, you can podcast it with the Schaefer Door Company podcast. You can also check out the 101 or TMA STL apps. That's presented to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Poor clock management on my part today.
No.
You know, that's tough. It's tough on me. That's what I do. It is a bad job on me and only me, so that's my fault. So we're going to make good here and have a couple shorter segments here. But we'll be back with more of The Morning After coming up on the other side of the break. This has been TMA on 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Founded in downtown St. Louis way back in 1890. Same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and now the Stifel Charity Classic. And they also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and their future. Stifel has financial advisors in 12 offices in the greater St. Louis area and nearly 400 offices nationwide. Stifel has a full-service investment bank for institutional clients, one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Stifel and TMA, that's where success meets success. Has a very nice ring to it, doesn't it? Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
never in a funk. Look out now, these baby birds gonna fly. First place by mid-July. All the haters be singing their tune. They'll be playing in October when you're on your pontoon.
I mean, on my pontoon.
I like that.
What if I haven't got a pontoon? Then I don't.
And if you had one, you would love it.
This is another one of the AI created songs from one of our listeners. Yeah, so Victor Scott was down at, when we were interviewing him down at spring training, he messed up and wanted to say young and hungry and ended up saying youngry. And so we've kind of assigned that to this team. That they're youngry. And so that song reflects that. Some news here on the Redbirds. John Denton just tweeting out in the last hour that the Cardinals Hall of Famers scheduled to attend opening day, which is just 6 days away, Cam. And we're going to be broadcasting live from BPV. It's actually, the forecast is pretty strong.
Good.
It's going to be, I think, in the around 60, pretty sunny. The Hall of Famers scheduled to attend the opening day festivities at Busch, per Cardinals PR, Chris Carpenter, Vince Coleman, Jim Edmonds, Jason Isringhausen, Ray Lankford, Tony La Russa, Matt Morris, Jose Oquendo, Scott Rowland, Ted Simmons, Ozzie Smith, and John Tudor. That's from John Denton tweeting that out about an hour ago.
It's a good core right there.
Pretty good core.
It's a good core right there.
Doug, that's it stretches over pretty much all the generations there.
Yeah, I can't think of many that are still with us that aren't going to be there.
Right. In terms of guys that like are involved with other teams, or because like you think like Albert, and it's like he's involved with other teams and other stuff. Yachty same way, but pretty rocks. Like Chris Carpenter, has he been at opening day over the last couple of years? I don't know. I'm asking like.
I think so. I'm not sure Albert's a red jacket guy yet.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Retired for
it's fair.
period.
That's fair.
What's the latest on Albert? What's he got going? He's trying to be a coach or a manager?
He was coaching down in. Was he coaching down the DR? I thought managing down the DR.
I think so. I thought he won that championship over. I don't know what the league was, but
we're all crowdsourcing ourselves here.
And didn't he marry the daughter of like the prime minister of the Dominican Republic, the president?
There you go, Albert.
I think he did.
I'm trying to see. I'm crowdsourcing myself. He's taking on a new managing gig. He's the manager of the Dominican Republic for the 2026 World Baseball Classic.
Oh,
and then
that's a ways off.
Yeah, but MLB.com article about 3 weeks ago saying that Pujols on being a major league manager, it won't be long. So,
I'm sorry. Every time I hear the Dominican Republic right now, I think of that missing girl.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you're right, Doug. Nicole Fernandez, daughter of former DR president. So,
yeah,
attaboy.
He could probably be the president himself.
Yeah, I was gonna say. You know what I mean? For sure. And then Yachty's just still doing his thing. Any update on him?
He's still
we know he came around
on
a
his
lot
son's
last year.
He's doing the high school baseball thing with his son down in Austin.
Yeah, there's an article in The Athletic a week or two ago saying
saw a couple
how excited, like he just really wants to manage, like he wants to get into coaching.
Okay.
And that doesn't surprise me as a competitor, as competitive as he is,
Sometimes you do think like, don't you just want to sit back, lay on the beach, go to different events here and there, whatever you want to do, spend your money.
When you made $100 million.
When you make $100 million bucks. Do you want any kind of stress in your life?
But I'm sure you've played with a ton of guys, and maybe you have a little bit of it in you as well. Like, just because your playing days are over, that thirst for competition doesn't just end.
Yeah, it does. Okay, I'll tell you that right now. If I had 50 schmil in my pocket, I could create different things that I want to do to be competitive with. I don't want to have to do like
get into golf,
or get into whatever, or I want to go travel the world. I want to see,
not necessarily travel to Pittsburgh and Cincinnati and Houston.
Learn a different craft and do this and have people critique you. No, my wife will critique me when we're late for the private jet or whatever, right? Like, no, sometimes. You're competitive. That's what you're good at, right? Mm-hmm. Like I knew how to get up for a game and like suck it up, like just get up there and go, just be physically, just go out there and let it all out. But now it's completely different. You have to be focused. Like I got to be on the ball. I can't mess my words up. I can't cuss. I can't do this. I can't do that. So there's an added stress. There's a different kind of stress. So if I had 50 schmil, I'm not doing nothing. Just so all y'all know. But I don't.
Did you watch the new season of Shoresy? Have you watched Shoresy at all?
No, I mean, I knew Letterkenny a little bit here and there.
You got mentioned on Letterkenny.
Yeah. They called me during COVID and they wanted me to go up to Canada to do it. And
that would have been fun.
I didn't have my vaccine thing.
Ah, gotcha. Was that a winter shoot or a summer shoot?
It was winter in Winnipeg.
You didn't miss anything. Yeah,
I know.
Because usually I think they shoot in like Ontario in the summer. It looks pretty gorgeous.
I think we're going to Sudbury actually, which is just as bad as was Winnipeg. God awful.
In terms of winter? Yeah.
Terrible.
Really?
Freezing cold.
But the summers look pretty beautiful.
I would have done it.
Yeah.
I would have done it. It just, during
it
the time, it just didn't work out
Sure,
at all.
sure.
So,
Yeah, but I brought it up because the last season deals with exactly that, like finding what gets you up after your playing career. Like what fuels that competition hunger?
You
know?
could have all the fuel you want in your body. What are you doing with it?
Right.
That's what confuses all these guys too, man. The guys that didn't make a lot of money, they can't just sit back and kick their feet up. They probably spent a little bit too much money because you're just living in the, you're living in the moment. You're hanging out with guys that are making $10 million more than you. You're trying to keep up with that lifestyle, and all of a sudden, boom, it's over. Now what are you good at? What are you good at?
Right. And
You got
fuel.
Okay, but what are you going to turn that into?
Right.
So some guys can't even come on here and they'd be
rigid or
just it doesn't work, and then they want to try something else and they want to manage, but they don't have the patience. I mean, it's tough, man. It is. Yeah. But if you got 100 schmilly or 50, like I don't feel sorry for you. Okay,
but for baseball players, they didn't go through the physical grind that a hockey player does.
They
didn't lay down in front of a slap shot. They didn't get sticks across the back of the head or in the shin bone.
No.
So
concussion problems, for me, I aged myself thinking about getting knocked out all the time, fighting guys. Like, that aged me, man, so bad. Like, you're trying to sleep during the day of a game, your little nap time. Oh, my mind's just racing so bad. Am I going to get knocked out in front of my mom and dad and my girlfriend or whatever the case is? Like, that aged me. And, your head takes a beating, too, man. Like, it just does. Like, am I going to be okay in 10 years? I don't know. I feel pretty good right now.
Yeah.
Look
I
good.
lucky.
You look damn good.
I look okay.
No, you do.
No. I got to lose weight. I'm pale. My lips bleeding like a psychopath. Like, what the hell is going on with me?
That was from the hot take.
That was weird.
But it had to be frustrating sometimes to just want to play hockey, but you knew you couldn't because you had to go out and hit somebody and get in a fight.
The hitting that's part of it. But yeah, the fighting thing, like, I got to get a puck out of the zone. Like, Cam, all you do was fight. No. I couldn't make a mistake. If I made one mistake throughout my job, I'm not playing again. So that's an added stress level. Then 6'6" Brian McGrattan's over there with no teeth that wants to hurt me, literally hurt me. And then I'm like, I got to go get the puck out of the zone, but he's over there. So I'm waiting to fight him. And then Andy Murray sits me and I don't fight him. So I'm thinking about that. Then I got to go make a play. And then it was tough. It was tough to handle.
Yeah.
It ages you, dude.
Sure. All the while you're worried about getting zipped up, and infections. Just
then my leg could have amputated my leg. Oh my God!
I'm just trying to get some ice time. I lose my leg.
This is a tough sport.
It was horrible.
Boy, howdy. We're going to take another commercial break here and come back with more of the Morning After. You can still send in your emails for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That email address is themorningafter@InsideSTL. Get involved in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which is coming up in about 10 minutes here on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. Morning After 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Still time to get your emails in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The Morning After at Inside STL is how you do that. Appreciate all the folks on the Air Comfort Service text line talking it over with us today, giving us a little hell, mostly me.
They're chirping a little bit.
Yeah, but that's to be expected. But also some tire pumping, Cam. Harrison's brother Master is saying how great it was to hear you on the program, and I echo his sentiment. Me and him usually don't see eye to eye.
Appreciate that,
but
bud.
Absolutely agree. It's a pleasure coming in on short notice.
Yeah, man.
Programming, we will have Tim and Martin will be back on Monday, talking it all over, bringing the heat. So, but we appreciate Cam stepping up.
Anytime, man.
Hopping in here, man.
Always, dude.
Great. Especially after that Blues win last night. You brought the correct energy, because I was down a little bit. I was down.
It's a playoff game last night, man.
But you brought the heat. You brought the heat, as you always do. Just like Design Air Heating and Cooling, when your house gets cold in the winter, it brings the heat. And when it gets hot in the summer, it brings that cool air. Tim's going to tell us about Design Air.
Oh, I'd like to hear it. Yeah.
Design Air Heating and Cooling, the sponsor of our email of the day on TMA, the longest running sponsor on TMA, and a place I have been going, and Doug Vaughn has been going, and Martin Kilcoyne's been going for years. We are clients, and so it's easy to talk about how happy we are with Design Air Heating and Cooling, and easy to recommend them to you in the listening audience. Why? Well, because we know we can count on them. If there are any issues we have with our heating or cooling system, we know you just go to designairservice.com, and I'm talking about so quickly you won't believe it. They will be out to your home to tend to the issue. And then that's it. You don't have to worry about, oh, man, they're going to come out here, and now they're going to ask me to sign some kind of document to make them come back more, and I got to pay more, and it's a whole thing. You don't have to worry about that. There's no upselling. Seth Goldcamp is fourth generation, and he's following in the footsteps of his great-grandfather and his grandfather and his father, and that is no upselling. We build the business through trust and through our clients being able to count on us. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com.
All right. We are going to be coming back on the other side of the break with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. You get the chat.
Oh, we're just getting chirped so bad. Somebody did say, hey, 4 locos deep. Love you, boys. Remember those things, man?
The original recipe for Loco was hard to beat.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Yeah, that's the.
I'll get you going.
That YouTube chat, Cam, it'll chirp you.
It'll chirp you.
Brought to us by Michelob Ultra. They'll get you. They were getting me last night. A lot of those same names on there, but a lot of people in there were very supportive. So I appreciate it. I see Iggy in there. Really? Iggy on the couch in the YouTube chat. Always great to see him. All right, we're going to come back on the other side of the commercial break with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. You're listening to The Morning After here on 101 ESPN. This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Plenty of NCAA tournament action going on today, and you can catch that right here on 101 ESPN. Coverage starting right after the Fast Lane here at 6 p.m. You can listen and tune in on 101 ESPN or the 101 ESPN app. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. And welcome back. The Morning After, 101 ESPN, final segment of the week. And again, thank you to Cam Jansen for coming in here and filling in for Tim and Martin while they are out.
Anytime, baby.
In the Hamptons. Thank you to Cam Jansen.
Baby.
Oh, stick taps to Cam, baby. Stick taps Cam. He brought the energy, brought the heat, and we appreciate him every single time he can be out here. Speaking of being out there, you can go check out all the madness of March. It is getting underway, and you can watch the games with 101 ESPN and Bud Light. Join BK and Ferrario and the Fast Lane from 11 to 6. They're going to be live from Cyberg's on Dorset here today. Come enjoy some food, a cold Bud Light, 101 ESPN giveaways, and plenty of screens to watch the games. You can get more details at 101ESPN.com. Our tournament tip-off watch parties are refreshed by Bud Light. That's easy to drink and easy to enjoy. BK and Ferrario will be coming up after our program and the Fast Lane after that, breaking down the Blues game, breaking down tournament action. Illinois taking on Xavier today. I feel like we haven't talked about that enough, but we're well on time. And that Mizzou game obviously was left a huge hole in my heart, but I'm rooting for the Illini. You know, people out there. I'm rooting for the Illini. That's the last.
Still got a team in it.
Still got a team. They got Xavier. I think it's a good matchup for them. So I'm hoping that Illinois is able to pull it out. But until then, Kurt, we'll be reading the emails today. And it is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Small batch today.
Is that right?
A small batch. 2 right now. We'll see if any come filter in here in the last second. We made love that night, he and I. I knew he was a local when he knew the scenic road back entrance to Six Flags.
Oh, God.
Add the fact that he had muscles on top of his muscles, and I was more than turned on. As we jumped onto the Screaming Eagle, he started sweating profusely. The aroma of garlic butter was like a aphrodisiac, so we held hands. As we started to exit, he went into a panic. His Eureka High School class toe ring had slipped off his dripping Barney Rubble-sized feet. Oh. When I found it on the floor, he was more than pleased. My reward? Manual stimulation by his massive man hands.
All right.
And that came from that came from a girl,
It
Doug.
didn't.
Oh,
It
yeah.
did not.
Her name's Eileen.
Eileen.
And her last name was Dover.
Dover. She's French.
Ah.
Eileen
Sweet
Dover.
woman.
Eileen
Lovely
Dover.
woman.
She's not that lovely.
And,
Screaming Eagle.
and finally,
Oh, wow.
Mizzou lost. Tim and Martin are gone, and my bracket is busted because I had Clemson in the Final Four thanks to a, quote, hot tip.
My bad.
This is not the time for a funny email. This is a dark day, and I'm not in the mood to say anything clever. Jackson is downtrodden. Cam's mouth is leaking, and Doug is so despondent he can barely even talk. Today, I'm not going to make fun of anyone. I'm not going to bring up the fact that Jackson actually did spirit fingers on his live stream last night like a high school cheerleader trying to put a hex on Drake's free throw shooters as if they could feel his energy from hundreds of miles away.
It worked. It's only weird if it doesn't work. Right.
I won't mention how the pale kid repeatedly punched his couch like a frustrated middle schooler who lost another round of Fortnite.
It's true.
If Mike Tyson would have hit Jake Paul as hard as Jackson hit his couch, that fight would have been over in the first round, just like Mizzou's season.
Damn.
I won't bring up
my vote.
Yeah.
I won't bring up the fact that Jackson was so flustered that he literally had to change shirts last night in the middle of his live stream because he nervously sweated through the first one.
That's not why. I was trying to change up the juju.
I told you to pop the top. And I'm damn sure not going to mention the fact that Cam's mouth was so bloody this morning that he looked like Ozzy Osbourne after he bit the head off that bat.
Oh, no. Oh, man.
I'll also avoid the fact that the trajectory of the Tigers' entire season took a nosedive as soon as Dennis Gates appeared on TMA, and that this show is to blame for their collapse. Hell, even Tim's blinker lasted longer than Mizzou's tournament run. That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And
we get one more.
I'm going to let you know here in a second. We'll go on the fly. We'll do it live. The highlight of the game last night was Jackson's neighbor practicing the recorder. I felt terrible for Jackson. He is such a good dude with his heart on his sleeve. And, Doug, that comes from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of the Collective Missouri Sadness. And, Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. I'm going to start with Cam. Cam, what you got?
Eileen, baby.
Eileen
Lovely
Dover.
woman from Eureka.
She's not that lovely. She is a
Lovely
gentleman.
woman.
I'm going to vote for the JV golf coach.
I will recuse myself as the reader, Jackson.
I will be going with the JV golf coach.
Oh, okay. All right. Nice.
Congratulations.
All right.
There it is. JV golf coach picks up another win on the month. That makes 6 wins for him on the month of March. That's going to do it for us today. For Cam Jansen, who was kind enough to fill in. Appreciate you. For
Love
Tim
you
and
guys.
Martin. For Doug Vaughn. For Kurt. For Tim and Martin. I'm Action Jackson, and this has been The Morning After, presented by Brian Crouppen on 101 ESPN.